It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
Hello everybody and welcome to the NACE Star League Fall 2022 fall season. We have some hot Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Collegiate Crew battles coming up for you as we have the grand finals of the Open Premier Division of the tournament between Fisher College and the University of Central Florida, aka UCF, two very stacked teams by the way. But before we get to that, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mees. This is Dak. Dak, it's been a minute. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. Nice to be back for one of our last broadcasts of the season. And it is, of course, as you said, the Open Premier Finals, the Grand Finals. So, I mean, we've got some awesome action because this is literally the last two teams for the Open Premier Division. And two teams that are absolutely incredibly skilled. And they've played all the way through a regular season to get here to this point. They made it through the conference play-in. Of course, teams are also competing in the conference championship. We had our last chance qualifiers come through to determine who's making it to the playoffs before finally making it to the grand finals, which is where we are here today, Mies, between two teams that have proven themselves on the board, on the field, as the strongest of them all. And in fact, we have two matches here tonight. We have first, of course, Smash Ultimate here. We have Fisher College 7-0 versus UCF, also 7-0. And then after this, we have Rainbow Six Siege, where Fisher College will again be competing up against University of Texas at San Antonio. So we have two different esports here tonight, two different kinds of esports action. We got Smash, we got Rainbow Six right after. It's going to be an awesome night.
And Fisher College actually undefeated in both games, which is crazy. Great esports team, or great esports system that they have over at that school. And these two teams will be competing for the prizes you see below. First place will be getting $2,000, second place $1,000, and the third place getting $500. And again, as students, that goes a very long way. So shout out to everybody who made that possible. But yeah, today, two undefeated teams, 7-0. Someone unfortunately has to go home with a loss at probably the worst possible time you can get that loss. And here you can see the bracket a couple weeks ago. Fisher College taking out Mississippi State University, and UCF taking out the University of Texas at Austin. I believe we had that on the broadcast 2 or 3 weeks ago. So UCF, no stranger to playing on the big stage in front of all these people, in front of everybody watching. But Fisher College, the first time we've gotten to see them on broadcast. And yeah, we were talking before the broadcast started, Dak, and just taking a look at the Fisher College roster, and oh man, that roster is full of hard hitters from top to bottom. But before we get into that, we're going to quickly explain to you how crew battles work. This will be a best of 3, so that means first to 2 will win. Coin flip. Oh, sorry, wait a second. It's going to be 4 players per team with 3 stocks each, and they will be pooling their stocks together and sharing stocks in order to determine who the winner is. So however many stocks you win with does actually matter. And it's going to be a first to eliminate the other team's 12 stocks. And here you can see the rosters. Again, stacked roster over on the side of Fisher. Tony Pajamas, Sonics, G Extreme, and Jerry. UCF, you have Javier on Earth, who's also a fantastic player. Halbert, Nave, and Jorge. So Ken, this roster, both of these rosters are crazy. If this goes to game 3, I would not be shocked.
I wouldn't be either. I mean, if you've been following competitive Smash, especially Ultimate, you'll definitely recognize a number of these players on both teams, actually. Fisher has 2 of Connecticut's strongest players, both PR, Tony Pajamas and G Extreme. Sonics needs no introduction, the best Sonic in the world, essentially, at this point, and has been on a tear recently, especially online. If you all follow the Coinbox event, Sonics is gotten first in the last 8 of their last 9 coin box events. So they are on a tear. Nexus is also on this roster along with MD. And then UCF also has a Psychic, who I believe might be a Ness or a Wolf player. Javi on Earth, of course, for UCF. If you're a Florida player from that region, you definitely recognize that name. One of the best Villager players in the, I would say, the country right now at this point. Yeah. They're also PR'd in Central Florida and just recently got 17th at Let's Make Moves Miami with a big win over Cola 3-1. So definitely a player to watch on UCF. I would say probably their star player up against the stacked roster, as you mentioned, of Fisher with Sonics, Tony Pajamas, G Extreme, and the rest of their squad.
And honestly, didn't even know Javi took Cola. Didn't realize that was the same person who actually took Cola out at Let's Make Moves Miami. And then Cola, one of the best players on the planet too. So anyone who's able to take not even just a game, but a whole set off of somebody of that caliber just goes to show you how talented Javi on Earth is. But yeah, the roster, I think we both took Fisher College in the predictions, as you can see below there. But that's no disrespect to UCF. Obviously, incredibly talented team. Just Fisher College, again, keep bringing it up, looking at that roster of 4 players, and they also have a couple substitutions that they can toss in as well. It's just, it's hard to bet against a team that is that deep. UCF also as deep, but I just really think, you know, from a player-to-player matchup basis, I just think Fisher is just a little bit better overall. I think their character roster is a bit more diverse. They do have a slight issue with maybe being a little bit light, with like Ness and, you know, Pikachu being on their team. They might have a little bit of a weight issue, but beyond that, like, I just think their roster is a bit better. But I can absolutely see UCF, if the cards kind of get drawn in the right way, I can see UCF taking this, but my heart says Fisher, so that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, we got our predictions right below. Both of us going with Fisher College. I mean, both of these teams on paper are the best in the business, right? I mean, they are both 7-0, so they haven't taken a loss yet all the way here. But, of course, it comes down to this one matchup. And I think on paper, you're right, Fisher College might have the edge. Before we talk more about these two teams, though, we do have the plays of the week, which y'all should check out. It goes across all the games throughout the broadcast, and you'll see who's made it to these plays of the week. Check it out.
Playing from CMAC, but it just might be a little too late. Q-Tippy doing everything that he can to hold this hill in Cadence. Combat's gonna shut down CMAC on that flank. SJ through the staircase, lines up 2. Nicole State not done just yet. Cash, but here comes Combat. A double kill for St. Edwards. Mounts them back into the hill. CMAC fighting for his life.
Sure, like Lucas can, you know, absorb some of Mega Man stuff, but like you get pellets, which are really annoying. Palutena might have a little bit of issue, but I thought we were going to see potentially GamerDog otherwise. But we're seeing GamerDog crushed a 0 to death.
Your way up long, and unfortunately they've been caught. They've been caught off guard, which is a really unfortunate thing. Rotations are already in. At Northeastern, I don't imagine a world there's
farming.
There's a way to get more than this. Ban, yay.
There it is, going to activate it early, but they're caught in a Gravitic Flux.
Wow, Putter even gets paid on the upswing for that. Already so low that just simply bringing them into the air, able to take them out. And now Magician unleashed, finding a flurry of kills for Oregon.
Then pays for that one with their temporary car lives. Back now, full BPC squad up and ready to go. Krim's trying to walk the dog along the middle, not going to happen so easily. Puts it back on the leash right here, and BPC once again into the offensive. That's a perfect corner right there
for West Virginia, but they'll take it. They'll be fine with it. So all onto this jet to stop things. DiDorocco needs to step up.
Oh, agility! The wall bangs, the reads, not even opportunity for them to come back. This is it. This is excellence in gaming agility right now.
Well, I'm glad to see some smash jumping in there, Mies, right? That's not always guaranteed, but and of course it's a Rob combo of all things to jump on there. That last Valorant clip though is pretty nice. But yeah, those are the plays of the week, everyone. We are working our way down through the end of the season here, so the plays have only been getting better and better. And yeah, I mean, both of these teams, going back to the matchup here, right? We have Fisher College, University of Central Florida, you're talking about it like, hey, this is like the worst place to take the loss, obviously, but like if anyone knows and has talked to like top players in Smash, they would I would wager a lot of them would rather lose at like the beginning of top 8 or like right outside top 8 than to make it all the way to the end of the tournament to get just so close and lose there. So that's I think you're right. This is probably the worst place to lose. You're so close to winning and you fall short. It all like it's either your first or your last, right? And I think that's what these teams are definitely have in the back of their head. They've made it this far, but it comes down to this. Nothing else matters. And if they don't win here, was all the rest of it worth it? So they want to be, you know, the ones to come out on top here.
And honestly, that's a really good point you just brought up. Like, as a competitor, it's like tasting victory and like having like it's right there within reach and just not being able to get it hurts more than if you just hadn't like never really had a chance in the first place, getting like 9th, getting 10th. It's like, oh, okay, well, next time, like you never really had a chance. So getting this close, being able to see it, see the money, see the winning, see yourself at the top of that podium, and to just barely lose or whatever, man, that definitely sucks. But again, that's competition. No matter how many great teams you have, only one of them could win, despite many teams I feel like we've seen deserving to take that championship. Only one is going to be there at the top. And again, I think me and you are both guessing it will be Fisher today. Again, no disrespect to UCF. They have a very, very talented team. Again, Javi, Halberd, Nave, Jorge, and Psychic, and then Fisher, Tony Pajama, Sonics, G Extreme, Jerry, Nexus, and MD. Two of their subs there. One of the most stacked teams we've seen. I know this is just the open premiere. This isn't like the main bracket, but I'm looking at both of these teams, and if they were in like the regular kind of bracket, if I could easily see both of them making it to grand finals in the normal bracket too. That's just how stacked they are.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, especially like Fisher College, to see someone like Sonics, right?
One of the best in the world.
You know, so but I mean that just goes to show like the amount of skill that goes through all divisions here at NA Star League, right? Regardless of what the title of the conference is or what the division is. And that's what just makes for some really great Smash. No matter where we're covering it, we're going to find the best of the paths rise to the top. It's certainly going to be, I think, an uphill battle a little bit here for University of Central Florida.
Yeah.
They're really going to have that clutch factor, which can be difficult against, you know, a player like Sonics, right, who's known for playing a very defensive and campy style as Sonic. You know, you have a Ness, a Pikachu can be, you know, really, really devastating on teams that just don't know that matchup. A really higher tier character, but someone that you don't see as often, so you might get checked.
And before we actually get into these matches, we have to give a big shout out to every single sponsor who made this tournament possible. First off, Extra Life. Play games to change kids' health and to change the future. Join Extra Life today. There is a panel below the stream, and click on that if you want more information about them. Dunkin' Donuts. NA Star League runs on Dunkin' again. Another Twitch panel. Click on that to find a Dunkin' near you. Army ROTC, BetterHelp, Mavix, and everyone else who made everything possible. Have to shout them out. They are all amazing, amazing sponsors. But yeah, again, this team, it's going to be interesting to see because UCF has Halberd the Wario, and we haven't actually seen. I think we have not seen a Wario yet. I feel like we've seen a lot of characters on the Smash roster. Wario character who is very volatile, I guess is the best way. It's either like they're on or they're completely off, and there's almost no middle ground. You're either 3-stocking people or you're kind of getting blown up. And we were talking. You said like on Wi-Fi because Wario's needs a lot of precision to land their big explosive, you know, fart combos and their nair combos and stuff like that. That's probably the reason why we haven't seen too many Warios, which I know I do actually agree with. But how do you feel about seeing a Wario this deep into the tournament? Like early on, I would have expected it, but this deep in, like, how do you feel about that?
See, I'm actually the opposite because I feel like Wario can be a harder character to use online. So if you're able to make it work, you're probably a really good Wario player. So you are going to make it that far. Yeah, we really don't see Wario very often. Probably a character specialist kind of thing. From what I know, Halberd doesn't have any major results. You know, kind of just their region, Central Florida, like top 16, top 8 at locals and regionals kind of player. So hasn't really made that mark on the scene at large compared to like their teammate, you know, Javi or something like that. But still, well, Wario is a character that has clutch factor. So going back to my earlier point, like when you want to have characters that can clutch, Javi on Earth is probably a player that can clutch regardless of being on Villager, but Wario is a character that can easily swing things in your favor very rapidly, very quickly. So if you have a really skilled Wario on your team, that might just be the X factor you need. I'd have to imagine especially in this environment, if you're able to play Wario still at a high level, then you're cooking. So I have some high hopes for them, just seeing that character selection out of the gate.
And I am thinking, like, for the placement of Wario on your team, I can really see just someone as... I just really see Wario going first. As someone to just maybe get a couple wafts off, take a couple, 2, 3 easy stocks, and then to kind of give your team a bit of a lead. I can also see Wario working as an anchor. If you are down 4-5 going into that last game, and Wario, someone who can just take off stocks in a hurry. But again, because of how volatile the character is, it's either you're on or you're not. There's really no middle ground with Wario, and when Wario isn't landing those waft combos, you can see them struggle, especially against quicker characters or characters that have big disjoints and stuff like that. So I can see Halberd either playing anchor or playing first. We'll see how that goes. Again, they have Javi the Villager, who you said who actually took out Cola at Let's Make Moves Miami. Again, Cola, if you're unfamiliar, top 5, 6 player on the face of the earth right now. So be able to take out someone like that with a character like Villager, who is very uncommon, not bad or anything, but just very uncommon, very kind of middle of the pack type of middle of the road character. To be able to take out someone that great, just speaks a lot about Javi, and no surprise why UCF is here. Not as familiar with the rest of their team. We did see UCF a couple weeks ago. I do know that Nave's Crom is very, very solid as well. But the one thing I am kind of seeing on the UCF roster, with the exception of Villager, Wario and Crom are two characters that are can be susceptible to getting gimped. If Wario doesn't have the bike ready, you can kind of just push them horizontally. Crom obviously basically has no horizontal recovery to speak of, so if you kind of push them off to the side, you can kind of eat them up. And on Fisher College, you have Pikachu, Sonic, Ness, who are all characters who are good at just pushing characters very horizontally off the stage. So I'm thinking that's likely going to be Falco too as well, and Pokemon Trainer. All characters that can just push a character very horizontal off stage. So that's going to be a bit of a risk factor for UCF, again, especially if Wario doesn't have the bike or a waft handy. I'm thinking that's going to play a big factor, just keeping UCF off the stage and not letting them come back.
Well, we do know that our first matchup here is going to be Sonics versus Psychic. So Sonics for Fisher College, and then University of Central Florida is putting out Psychic first. Obviously, Sonics is going Sonic. For Psychic, I don't actually know who they use. I want to say they're either a Ness or a Wolf, or they play Pyramithra.
I wish I
was able
remembered.
to find, but I wasn't able to figure out exactly. It's not the most individual, specific name,
Yeah.
But so I'm not entirely sure what that matchup's gonna look like. But Sonic's going out first. Not really surprised by that at all. That's which we've talked about, over the past few months, as the strategy of, do you hold your best player for anchor? Do you hold your best player to go out first? I think in this case, when you have such a powerhouse, literally one of the best players in the world, right?
Yeah.
You put them out first and you try to see if they can sweep the other team, and then whatever they don't get, you clean up, right? So not surprised to see Sonics come out here first, and it looks like we are going to be jumping into our first game here. Here we go, everyone. Open Premier Grand Finals. It is our last match of the Open Premier, and it is Fisher College versus University of Central Florida, and we have a Palutena coming out for Psychic, and now I see why I couldn't find who they play, because that's not how you spell Psychic usually. So I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that completely makes sense now that I couldn't find out who they were.
Well, yeah, it is what it is, and right now Sonic's getting off to a good start, 30% or so lead, and right now Psychic just chasing them all around the stage, able to let a few blows, but I'm not really able to get anything, long really going right here, as we see them getting stuck on that ledge. Again, yeah, Psychic just doing whatever they can to hit Sonics. Like you said, one of the best Sonics in the world, if not the best currently, and we are seeing why right here. But Psychic definitely keeping it close, down 40%. Gonna start fishing for those back airs, but unable to get it. And yeah, if you give Sonic, and especially Sonics, the player, a lot of room to run around, it's gonna be really hard to do much about it. Because look, anytime Psychic gets back to stage or does anything where they give Sonic even a little bit of room, we're seeing Sonic take advantage of that little gap of space that they are getting. But Psychic is keeping it relatively close.
Yeah, this is really going to be difficult now, though, for Psychic. Palutena notoriously can't kill at high percent, and Sonic's a character that, just by sheer speed and tenacity, can stay alive for long periods of time. It's hard a lot of the time in this matchup for Palutena to clean up kills, which Sonic absolutely loves. Psychic's keeping it, relatively close after they get a couple hits, but one more solid confirm here will likely spell the end of Psychic's first stock, and things have already slowed down as a result as Sonics is playing that safe, non-committal game that Sonic is so good at playing, and just waiting for that kill to come to them. And that should be it.
Back throw. Oh, no, almost. Not quite. Yeah, good DI. That should. Oh, wow. Good grab read on that teleport right there. Spring, not gonna be enough, but getting pineapple by the bottom of PS2, only 63% on Sonics. And what I love about how Sonics is playing, and any Sonic player at home, if you're watching this, please take a lot of notes. You need to control the pace of the Jesus Christ almighty. You need to control the pace of the match, and you got to control stocks just like that. That was what, one hit, 0 to death right there from Sonics. Again, showcasing why he is one of the best Sonics on the planet right now. But yeah, to go back to my point, Sonics is just controlling the pace of the match. He's not letting Psychic slow him down, speed him up, anything like that. However fast Sonics wants to go is exactly how he is going, and we're seeing Psychic pay a big price for it because unfortunate as either. But yeah, you got to control the pace of the match. Can't let your opponent slow you down or speed you up. And this is the result of that.
Sonics has really just completely turned things up. I mean, it's kind of almost getting egregious with the options they're going for right here. That might almost kill. It does right off the top. And just like that, Sonics probably wishing they hadn't lost that one stock. But I mean, making that matchup look incredibly easy. I mean, really great job by Sonics to just immediately realize like, oh, I can just spin dash literally every option. Like I can get underneath, jump in there. I can get underneath, side B. Like I can get underneath like so many different options that Palutena has just by immediately spin dashing and approaching. And that was just something that the Palutena player just could not, Psychic just could not adapt to. Like look at this, spin dash, goes in again. Spin dash again, goes right in and gets the kill, catching the jump on the outset. So really solid play at that point. You can tell Sonics is like, all right, I can kind of like do whatever I want here, and it's gonna work. And it was. Thankfully, I think for Central Florida is that they were able to somehow, one way or another, take one stock off of Sonic. So as much as Sonics was able to do a lot of damage very quickly to UCF, if there's one player that can get clutch and figure out at least some way to stop the bleeding early, they're going to be able to do it against a player who now is down to 2 stocks and doesn't have as many opportunities to make mistakes here.
So do you send in Javi right now? Do you send in your best player to try to stuff out Sonics right now? Because again, Sonics did lose a stock. It wasn't SD, but hey, a stock is a stock at the end of the day. Do you send in Javi right now to kind of stop the bleeding, or do you send in someone else and trust them to take off another stock or 2 off of Sonics here?
See, that's like the risk management, because if you try to throw bodies at the problem, eventually Sonics is going to lose the stocks, right? But then you don't want to leave Javi with very little to work with. It's not like it's Sonics and everyone else. You still have Tony Pajamas, you still have G Extreme, you still have Nexus, you still have MD. So like all these other players can still do the job as well. I think you do put Javi in here now, because this might be your best opportunity to get rid of Sonics early. Have your best player come in. There's the risk of, okay, you put Javi in and they might get counterpicked because they're playing Villager, or they're just your best player, don't want to lose them early. But I think it's a bigger risk to throw bodies at the problem and them potentially not do the damage that they need to do. So, I mean, remember, Sonics only lost that stock really, I would say, by player error, I would say. Like that was not something that was maybe a forced error, but it wasn't something that needed to happen. So they got lucky there. I think if you get lucky, like, take that opportunity and run with it, I would say. So my guess is I think they are going to put Javi out. I also don't think that Wario does super great against Sonic, just because it's hard.
Wouldn't do that.
It is hard for Wario to land hits on Sonic, like really hard. So who else do you really put in there? I think Villager can play that slow down game and keep Sonic at bay. So we'll see.
And yeah, like about the point of when you're playing against any Sonic, especially one as good as Sonic's, you can't let them control the pace of the match. And I really think Villager is a character that's good at controlling the pace of the match for themselves. They can slow the match down or speed it up just as well as Sonic can, ironically enough. So I really think kind of putting in Javi and playing that, okay, who's going to control how fast this match goes, playing that kind of battle can play dividends for them. But yeah, it is such a big risk, because if Sonics does Sonics things, even if it's Javi, we can see it be a really quick match with Sonics just kind of completely steamrolling them, even though I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. Or, maybe they throw in a curveball. Maybe they do go for the let's just throw bodies at Sonic, which I don't think is the right play to do. I think you send in Javi right now. They may go that route. They have Nave, who I believe is a Chrom, who could go out, who could do okay against Sonic. I don't say one that doesn't do
Sonic
terribly.
Chrom, it's also kind of sounds bad to me. Like, Chrom is slow. Like,
yeah.
He's going to get circles ran around him.
Yeah, it's just like, with the raw kill power that Chrom has, I can see them maybe getting a good couple of opportunities to get their smacks in. But yeah, that's another thing where I feel like Sonic could just kind of steamroll. Yeah. And I really think just on a character-to-character matchup basis here, man, Sonic's kind of poops on a lot of the characters UCF has, but we are going to see they are sending in Javi. This is what me and you both thought was the right choice, as we see Sonic's there losing their stock. But if Javi goes down without taking out these two, man, that might be it for UCF, man.
It really could be. I almost wonder if maybe there was a consideration of... I don't know if Javi also plays Isabel, but sometimes I see Isabel played by villager players because the side B is like, you know, you have the planted rocket, right? Which messes up spin dash. But I think obviously Javi way more comfortable on the villager, but has to be careful here because villager does have the tools to keep Sonic out, but if Sonic's is in position, can react to them on usage and get in there. The Lloyd rocket is the perfect example of that. On activation, Sonic can run right in and attack right just like right there. So that's a tool that is great against Sonic if it comes out, but if it doesn't, that's a free punish.
And with the speed of Sonic, it's going to be really hard to time that Lloyd rocket perfectly, and we've already seen Sonic take advantage of that, you know, those few early frames where the hitbox isn't actually active yet. We have seen Sonic take advantage of that, and right now just running around the entire stage. Javi is keeping it close, though, is on the ledge. Good Lloyd rocket to cover. Yep, good Lloyd rocket to cover the ledge option, and then covering with an up air right there. Still keeping it close, but unable to really close this 20% or so gap that Sonic's has. But Javi is doing a good job of not letting Sonic's control pace. I know I keep bringing up controlling the pace of the match, but it's so important when you're playing someone like Sonic who is just so good at slowing things down. You can't let them kind of run wild and dictate what you're going to do, and I really think Javi's doing a great job of not falling into the Sonic traps.
Absolutely, and so much of this matchup too is like using moves to just keep them active, right? And just having moves out for the other player to run into. You know, Sonic is, you know, they're going to be moving around, so Villager's goal here is to put out moves that Sonic is eventually going to run into, hopefully. But it's easier said than done. You can see now Javi is not even bothering to go for Slingshot very often because it's so hard to actually land that hit. So they're trying to get in position to up air or down air, and when that Slingshot is used, it's kind of getting punished a little hard here. That's almost going to put Javi in a really bad situation, but so far Javi has been keeping it close. That's not going to kill just enough. That forward tilt was not at all close to the edge to get the final kill, and now Javi staying alive at 160% and is very much in a position to also get the kill on Sonic potentially.
This could be a punish right. Oh no, jab going right through the shield. 113 planting that tree on the ledge. What's the option here? Went for the dash attack but couldn't quite get it. And yeah, finally landing one of those slingshot snipes, getting Sonic's off of a jump. Okay, Lloyd rocket again, jumping right over that. Oh my goodness. I really think we're going to see Sonic's looking for a grab right here. Back throw will definitely do it, but Javi is not letting him even get close enough to get the chance, but does get that back air off the ledge. A bit of a sneaky thing, just kind of creeping over the edge right there. Finally getting that KO on Javi. But man, that was what, like a 2-3 minute stock almost? And when you're playing Villager Sonic, that's kind of how the game is going to go sometimes, man.
Pretty much. These are two characters that it's Sonic. You think of Sonic literally in terms of speed, but in terms of actually playing Smash, is not a fast character in some of these matchups. Like, that's just how you have to play this. You really, both characters respect each other a lot, and you have to be careful on your approaches. Even now, Sonic's, you can tell, is not even a character who's not very committable or very, you know, committing often. Sonic's is still playing safely, knowing like, all right, I'm trying to bait out options from Villager. I'm not just going to run in and press buttons. And it's even doing like that Smash 4 run in and shield that is so common from a Sonic player in those days, and now less so these days. That's something you have to do against Villager to keep your defenses up when you get in close.
I think Sonic's starting to get a little bit hot right here, doing a pretty decent conversion right now on Javi, building that lead to about 60%. Grab down throw forward air. Couldn't land another one, and you brought up a really good point about the slingshot. Because Sonic's body just kind of maneuvers and twists around with all their attacks, it's so hard to land a precise hit with that slingshot, and I really think Javi going for them as often as they are is kind of biting them in the butt a little bit. They are landing a few, but missing a vast majority of them. I think they need to go back to what they were doing in the first stock there, and you brought it up, just throwing out long, lingering hitboxes just to stuff out Sonic's approach. And we know Villager has a lot of those hitboxes with Nair, up air, down air, both linger, and moves like that, because that slingshot isn't really doing too much right now. Okay, did stop using it, and now, yeah, we're starting to see the down airs come through. Unfortunately for Javi, gets hit by a back air, and that is another stock. Javi, one stock away from actually falling to Sonics, and Sonics on the cusp of taking 6 stocks before losing 3 of his.
Yeah, this would be pretty massive here for Fisher College if Sonics is able to walk away taking this stock from Javi. But shoutouts to Javi for really coming in and doing what they needed to do, right? Like coming in and stopping the bleeding a little bit. But that's if they can take this last stock on Sonics. If not, it might all be for naught here. They're in a really bad predicament here in the corner, just barely getting back to the corner and back into the legend time. Sonics being careful not to overextend, but Javi has not landed any damage on Sonics. I have to say, in at least 30 seconds to a minute almost, like they have not landed a hit at all. And it's been all Sonics, and Javi holding out there, almost dying early, almost gets taken that balloon away. And Sonics wants to end this right here, right now.
And if you don't know, if you do pop both of those balloons without actually hitting the Villager, they will lose the recovery and they will fall to their demise. So we did see Sonics go for that right there. Right now, has Javi at 128. Is that going to be up? No, not enough to get off the top. Forward air is not going to do it just yet. Javi still very much in this match. Has Sonics at 71%, but with how well Sonics is moving right now, landing that killing blow was going to be a really tough thing. I thought a shield was gonna get broken right there.
I'm surprised that wasn't. I'm surprised that wasn't enough shield damage, shield pressure to make that happen. Right? Like that was a crazy amount of pressure, and Sonics is still, that said, just barely outside of kill percent, I would say, for this Villager. So Javi has to pick and choose their battles, where Sonics, you can very much tell, knows only needs one solid shot here, one confirm, and is playing that also very safely and picking and choosing their balance. Like, all right, the one right move will get this kill for me. And now they do come in with the dash attack. They have Javi off stage, but going to be ricocheted off the stage. And the down tilt is just a few frames off for Javi. Sonics goes in deep and takes out the prey for themselves. The dive in gets the kill off of the stage spike. And Sonics wipes up another player, taking out 6 stocks and still has 1 remaining. That is massive for Fisher College, because Sonics now can go through the rest of this team and potentially take out and do more damage with just a single stock left to forward to them.
And that was so unfortunate for Javi, because we've seen Sonics in that match go for that exact same setup like 3 or 4 times earlier, and Javi was either ready to tech it or just wasn't at a percentage where they can get KO'd yet. And the one time they missed the tech was at probably the least opportune time right there. I know Javi's definitely kicking himself for missing that one, but hey, when you're playing someone like Sonics, sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And UCF's kind of, big nuke of a player now going down. They still have Halberd, they still have Nave and Jorge left, but man, if Javi couldn't take out Sonics, granted he only has 1 stock left, don't want to not disrespecting anybody on UCF, man, but it's looking tough. It's looking rough. It is only 1 stock, but you gotta remember, it's still the first player. They still have 3 whole, fresh, healthy players ready and waiting right after Sonics, man. And UCF is already down to their 3rd. This is not looking too good for them right now, Dak. Ooh, man.
I mean, it's not even just those 3 players. It's also the extended bench that Fisher College has. Exactly. They have that counter pick, potential for them as well. Like, they really have a deep roster in terms of character pool. So, not looking too good for UCF, as you said, they've lost Psychic, and now they have lost Javi, got Earth, which that's their X factor, that's their ace in the hole there, kind of down the drain. Javi definitely I think that was the right move. It was a gamble for sure, and we talked about that. Like, either option was a risk, but I thought not putting in Javi was the bigger risk. But it was still a risk to put him in and of himself. In and of itself. And I mean, how could you not? I mean, one of the best players in CFL, had a really solid performance on Let's Make Moves Miami, and Sonics is at this moment just still on another level, right? So putting Fisher College ahead, that was massive, and that was such a critical moment too, because had Javi gotten that kill on Sonics, Javi could have potentially taken out 1 player on their own and done some damage and kind of righted the ship a little bit. But now that Sonics has taken out 2 full players and could do even more damage here, there's a massive hill to climb for UCF as they bring in Jorge the Luigi. Well, Not a character I'm surprised to see here. And again, a character that if you need to get back into something and you need a clutch, Luigi is one of your men to do it.
Because Luigi, if you don't know, all you need is one grab at between 0 to like 10-15% to take your stock. We have seen a decent amount of Luigi play during the Star League season, but haven't really been able to see anyone land those, kind of Luigi combos we're all, used to seeing. We've seen them land, like 90% of the combo, but really unable to get that last hit. And if Luigi, kind of like Wario in the sense where if you aren't getting those long combos that you need, this character can really struggle if you're forced to play a bit of an honest game right here. And right now we're seeing with Sonic's at 36%, you're already going to be out of the range of the the Luigi grab combo. So Luigi's Jorge forced to play a bit honesty right now, and against Sonic, I can see Luigi definitely struggling here.
Yeah, I mean, just on right out of the gate, it's fairly obvious to see that like landing a grab on Sonic is a fool's errand, and the matchup really works against Luigi in that way. Is that Luigi? That could have been massive though, but pays for it afterward. Yeah, I mean that's the thing about this matchup too, is that Luigi can only really get stray hits in, but then by getting those stray hits, puts you out of confirm on these grab combos. So at the end of the day, you end up putting yourself out of the window, and that's death as well. Yeah, Jorge just like that. 2 quick stock losses, and Sonics is looking to potentially take out a third player with 1 more stock.
Yeah, right now sitting on 8 stocks, Sonics is, and is about to take another one if they can keep this up. But you know what? You brought up a really good point. Getting those grabs on Sonic is so hard with how fast they move, with how active a lot of their hitboxes are, just with how twisty and shifty their hurt boxes are. It's so incredibly hard to get that grab. Does manage to land one here, gets a Cyclone. Isn't going to be enough to get that KO yet, but despite it being a bit of a hard ask to get that one grab on Sonic, I don't hate going Luigi here because it is only 1 stock, and in the alternate reality where you did get that one grab, we would have this whole conversation, this whole match is going a lot differently. But Sonic's getting that forward smash, and this is going to be enough. That is the 9th stock for Sonic's. But yeah, there is an alternate reality where Jorge does get that grab, does take that stock. So even though it obviously didn't work out very well for them there, I do understand why you go for Luigi in that scenario. High risk, high reward. Unfortunately, they took a pretty fat L there, and now they're down to their final player and their final 3 stocks, while Sonic is still sitting on 1. And you gotta remember, Dak, one of the 2 stocks he lost was an SD. Gotta remember that.
Yeah, he's only been legitimately killed once. Meanwhile, Sonics has now picked up 9 legit kills. The air dodge in, I'm gonna have to assume was going towards the ledge, but off timing, and then look at that. Just well placed, downward tilted forward smash. Sonics has been there, done that. No surprise for the best Sonic in the world here. And it's actually like, that must be something, right? For UCF to be like, it's all right, we have to win. We just have to beat literally one of the best players in the world. Easy, no big deal. Yeah. Not to say that they again, like Javi on their squad, like they have a lot of great players, but Fisher has assembled a great team, and at the moment, we only need to see one of them because that's all the damage being done. And now Javi's out, Psychic's out, Jorge's out, which means there are 2 other players that we might see, and I think Halberd might be the last one. I'm not entirely sure. I think we might see the Halberd though, but if that's the case, Sonics might sweep. Might be a quick one.
Yeah, and if it is Halberd, that will likely be Wario, similar to Luigi in the sense where it's like you're just looking for that one thing the entire match, but if you don't get that one thing, you just really struggle. We even see like Wario players like Glutani and stuff like that. If they aren't getting those wafts, sometimes they do, or they can kind of struggle even against opponents that are a bit lesser than them, even how great as those players are. So that's a bit of a thing with Wario. And with Sonic, man, like you're not going to be able to get those hits. Like I feel like you can't be a character that relies on those kind of cheesy combos and you're playing against a Sonic because of how fast and how shifty they are. As we are, you know what? We are wrong. It's actually going to be Ken. And is this Nave? Who's this? Doesn't matter. It is Nave. Okay, cool. It is going to be Nave with the Ken. You know what? I don't hate it, but I don't love it because you are kind of going to get ran over just based on the fact that Ken, despite being quick, isn't fast, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
you know, their hitboxes can be relatively quick, but they can be a little bit janky at the same time. And with Sonic just being shifty, I can see a lot of spaghetti interactions occurring here. But we'll see how it goes. But hey, if you only need to take out one stock, sending in an FGC character, man, you can do a lot worse than that.
Absolutely. This is, again, another character like, all right, I'm going to put moves out. You're going to run into them, hopefully, and then I'm going to hit confirm off of those is really what they're looking for. But it is a tall ask because you not only have to take out this one stock from Sonic's, you have to take out the other 9 stocks that Fisher College is tanking right now. And Nave has a massive hill to climb, but so far has not been able to get any good momentum going here. Sonic's has just been all over them and now going for some big plays here. You can already tell Sonic's like, all right, I'm going to start throwing out like forward smashes. Like, you're going to get hit by it. And Nave didn't, but Sonic's right now feeling pretty confident, not hesitating to move in. We're seeing, this is a completely different Sonic's than we saw against Javi, which makes sense because they're different characters and Villager's certainly more defensive, but you can tell Sonic's is like, all right, I'm going right in, no big deal. And I want to say that they're having some connection issues, which is why they are hanging out and waiting for those to pass, but I would think Sonic's right now, I mean, both of these players have to be pretty accustomed. Sonic's himself is a Wi-Fi warrior, right? And knows how to play under these conditions.
Yeah, Wi-Fi warrior, definitely an understatement. You said earlier, the last, like 7, 8, or 9 coin boxes in a row. Coin box being the biggest, ultimate Wi-Fi tournament really in the world. So being able to win that many against incredible competition says a lot about how good Sonic's is. And right now we're seeing how good Sonic's is, especially in, again, the Wi-Fi environment right here, completely dominating the University of Central Florida. Might be a part of the 12 stock club if if they manage to take these two. But they are at 74, and if Nave can land one good, forward tilt, up tilt or something like that, and get a Shoryuken, that might be the stock. Or they might lose another one right there. Sonic's now 1 stock away from joining the 12 stock club if they're not already in it. But one thing I have noticed in this matchup is Sonic's can just up B out of a lot of the stuff Ken wants to toss out, and that's just so unfortunate for someone like Ken who needs to land 2-3 hit confirms in order to get their stocks consistently. When you have a get out of jail free card like that Sonic up B, that spring, man, it can make it so hard for Ken to really get anything going.
Well, easier said than done here for Nave to get in here, and at this point Sonic's is looking to clean it up and is going to do just that with a crazy extension to clean things up. Sonic's takes out the entirety of UCF, a 1-player army to get the first series here for Fisher College here in this set. We need one more of those and we'll have our Open Premier champions. So far, Fisher College dominating.
I see why they are 7-0. Maybe it's just Sonic's that's 7-0, not the rest of the team. if he's playing like this. But hey, everyone, we're going to take a quick break and we'll have Game 2 between Fisher College and UCF coming up right after this. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NACE Star League 2022 Fall Season Open Premier Grand Finals between Fisher College and University of Central Florida. I am Dak, still here with me after we just saw Sonic's 12 stock, an entire team, and now they have one more opportunity, University of Central Florida, one more opportunity to get back into this and keep this Grand Finals hope alive. Sonics is going crazy. That's the only player we've seen from Fisher College. It might be the only player we see at all throughout this series. Mies, what are you thinking after that one? That was pretty quick.
The craziest thing about that 12 stock from Sonics is that he lost 2 stocks, and one of those stocks wasn't SD. So basically, he gave UCF a free stock, and they still were not able to take him out. But we are going to go right to this game, and you know what? Oh, they're actually not going to start with Sonics this time. Honestly, I was thinking that might be the way, but hey, maybe they want to give everyone else on their team a chance to play in this grand finals here, as we're seeing Halberd from the side of UCF and Nexus from the side of Fisher College, Wario and Falco respectively, with Halberd getting off to a hot start here, already 70% on this Falco, 78 still going, keeping this Falco at the ledge at all costs. 78% already, only took 9, and that's without even getting a waft or anything. That's pretty crazy.
Oh, but Nexus, just like that, bringing things back with these patented low percent to mid percent Falco combos. Halberd landing with the back air, and it's going to be difficult for Nexus to get back on safely, but a whipped up smash. Halberd just overcommitting, and that's going to allow Nexus to get right back into this. So that's making it pretty hard here for this Wario to land. Gets a nice down tilt, forward tilt, and then the conversion at that short hop aerial. Nexus takes the first stock.
Yeah, the short hop aerial delaying that forward smash, that back air ever so slightly, waiting for Halberd to make a move, getting that back air, getting that stock. Very, very good right there from Nexus. And here we go. Once you see Falco land those down airs or up till that low percent, get ready to be put in a cutscene. 0 to 76, 0 to 80 right there off of that back air. Not going to be just enough. With the next one will definitely do it. And that is the power of Falco, man. Maybe not the best character in the world, but very few characters can combo quite like Mr. Lombardi.
Honestly, I think people sleep on Falco. People love to say Falco's not good. Falco is good, man. Like, Falco gets so much crazy damage off of so many characters in this roster, and Nexus is one of the better, not one of the best Falcos in North America right now. Just does a really solid work with this character, and you can see, like, the timing, the spacing with Falco has been really good, like calling out these grounded neutral moves from Halberd with these short hops just barely out of range. And we talked about this earlier on the broadcast, and Wario's, lack of disjoints and short range is really a detriment, especially on Wi-Fi. And then just in a lot of these matchups, Wario can kind of get checked by characters who just have slightly better range and can play the ground game better. And Falco is certainly one of those players, one of those characters.
And because you have to be so precise with landing like the neutral airs and all the combo starters that Wario has, that slight delay that Wi-Fi does have can kind of mess you up a little bit. But right now, that Wi-Fi delay definitely not affecting Nexus. After they have 72% on Halberd and are on the verge of taking another one. You do see Wario flashing right there, which means that Waft is fully charged and ready to go. They can pop that at any moment in time here, which probably is going to KO definitely going to KO now at 74%. But I don't even think they're going to get a chance to use it. And no, they are not, as a Nexus with a 2-stock W over Halberd's Wario right there. Yeah, I think you called it earlier, Dak. Wario on Wi-Fi, not great because of how precise you got to be. Lack of disjoints, lack of speed. You lose to characters who have solid ground games or just long limbs or long disjoints. We saw that right there with Halberd. So who do you send in next? You have Javi the Villager, who I think you save for Sonics. Yeah. You have Jorge the Luigi, which could be okay against Falco. You have Psychic Palutena, you have Nave the Ken. Luigi isn't terrible in this. I can't see you going that route. Palutena never really a bad option against any character in the game. I'm thinking one of those two.
We'll take a look back before we jump back into that discussion on this little moment here. And look at that, just the range that you can see from Nexus, like playing just outside. Like, it's so hard, especially out of shield, for Halberd to really get any kind of momentum going, and just has to constantly poke at Falco, who has better range and also has a lot of multi-hits, right? Like, that's a big key against Wario, is having multi-hits. So against Wario, who has to be a bit more precise, Falco can keep moves more active in that, like, just outside of Wario's burst range, and do a lot of really solid shield pressure, especially with those short hops.
No, that's definitely true, and we saw Nexus take full advantage of that there. But yeah, to go back to like the rosters right here, I would assume Jave's not coming in yet. I don't think that would be the right choice to burn that early. Or you could send in Javi right now to try to make up for the 2 stock deficit that you have, but you are risking Javi losing a stock or 2, then having to play Sonics, and then Sonics just doing what we saw in the first game. You have Jorge, you have Nave, you have Psychic. I do kind of lean towards going Jorge or going Psychic. You can do one of those 2. I don't hate going, again, I don't hate going Luigi here, just for a bit of cheese, just to try and take those, stocks off. Luigi can do a bit better than Wario does in this matchup, but does kind of struggle to a lot of the same stuff that Wario struggles to. But it's just like, no matter who you go, the fact that you have Sonic still left on Fisher College is just like, it's I feel like it's like not hopeless for UCF, but it's hard for me to like feel confident in a pick knowing that Sonic is just waiting for whoever comes in.
Yeah, I'm going to lean more towards either they put in Jorge, because both Falco and Luigi are grounded like combo characters, right?
Yes.
So they're both looking for the same thing, so they're both looking for the same scenarios. So Luigi wants that, right? Like we saw Jorge against Sonics, you're never landing a grab. Against Falco, pretty likely you're going to land a grab and a fast faller, so there's a really solid chance you're going to get the confirm and actually get the kill. So I can see it going that route. I also could see them putting in Javi to get the confirmed, like, let's get rid of this player. Like, I mean, not that it's confirmed. I mean, Nexus could easily do fine against Javi. But let's say, Javi's favored in that. Javi comes in and cleans up Nexus, and maybe they want Sonics to come out early. Like, all right, let's get Sonics back in. Maybe Javi has an adaptation or has learned something, like has some takeaway from the previous matchup and wants to kind of catch Sonics off guard with that. And just get like, let's get Sonics out and see what we can do. So I want to say it's either Jorge or Javi. I'm going to go with Jorge though, but as I say that, I feel like it's going to be Javi. But it is.
No,
all right,
it is Jorge. It is Jorge.
There we go. Okay, cool. We're pretty good so far. Batting 100 or whatever it is, batting 1,000 on our guesses tonight here, Means. But yeah, I think this is the right move. Like both characters looking for the same thing, and you have a clutch factor with Luigi.
And yeah, but much like Falco and Luigi, again, Wario's in that same kind of scenario. If they aren't landing their long combos, they both can struggle, with playing a bit of a more honest game. But with Nexus and Falco being a fast faller, those combos that Luigi can grab, you can have a bit more room for, a bit of a bigger margin for error there in order to land them. Though at 66%, you're definitely not getting them now. I do think down throw into down air, or sorry, not down throw down air, sorry, down throw into down B or down throw into up B might be a thing here right now for Jorge if they can land it, but they got to get back to stage first. Nexus doing a pretty good job of keeping them on the ledge right there. Has them at 100. Gonna start looking for back air. Yep, there it is. Back air trade, and woo, that DI was quite suspect there from Nexus to lose that stock.
I would have to imagine Nexus was holding out to avoid the back air and still got hit, so we'll chalk it up to that. But yeah, this is one nice thing about this matchup too, is that Luigi doesn't necessarily have to, and that's just catching Nexus with like the bare minimum of an aerial to knock them out of their jump. But I was going to say that at least in that matchup, Luigi doesn't have to land kill confirms to take out Falco. Like Luigi can box Falco, so that's exactly what we saw. Like, okay, Jorge came in, did get a little traction going off of a grab here and there, but overall was just playing normals, right? Was just kind of throwing out fundamental stuff that was working against Falco. The back air, super clutch. You had Luigi Tornado as well, so really good solid usage of Luigi. Like that's the mark, I think, of a better Luigi character or Luigi player, is when you can't rely on, or even choose not to rely on, the guaranteed cheese and can still make Luigi work. In that matchup, that was really smart play by UCF, because it was very much acknowledging Luigi can play that game against the Falco. Let's get in there and take care of Nexus real quick, and they did that. So UCF tying things up, both teams now at 9 stocks apiece.
And the first tie we've really seen since the first stock of the first game.
First started. This is the first tie.
So now we're going to see what Fisher College does to counter here. Again, you can just send in Sonics again. It's basically, unless they just completely kind of fold there. That's like a guaranteed 6 stocks, I want to say. At least 5. Let's say 5 on the short end. Guaranteed like 5 stocks right there. Just left Tony Pajamas. Incredible player there. Ness and Inkling. G Extreme the Pikachu, which is also a pretty good pick as well. And they have MD, the Pokemon trainer. I haven't seen too much Pokemon trainer here during the fall season, but hey, it'd be cool to see that. Also, I'm Jerry, I'm not familiar with who Jerry plays. Don't know if you got that deck, but still, you have a really good character roster right here, man. Like Ness, Inkling, maybe not Inkling as much, but Ness, Pikachu, PT coming out, like, man, you're really eating good right now for Fisher College, and you still have Sonics left, so you're really eating good.
Well, we were talking about this a few weeks ago too. Is this is now the stage, especially obviously this grand finals, but even like later into the playoffs, this is the stage where you can't just rely on good players. You can't just rely on good character pool. You have to have both, right?
Yes.
The best teams are going to be teams that have players who are really good and play really good characters. Mm-hmm. And you do have those character specialists that come in here. Obviously, Javi on Earth, very good, specific example of that. A character villager who is not super meta, but has a place in the current meta, but not super popular. You have a character specialist who's really, really good with them. But then obviously you look at, Fisher College, and like you said, I mean, you have PT and you have Sonic and all these other, and Pikachu, like all these very strong and or meta relevant characters. It's going to be hard to topple them. And of course, Sonic's waiting in the wings. I mean, Falco from Nexus, who, 65th at port priority, been playing the game for, since the Brawl days, right? Like you have experienced players on Fisher College's side as well. As we jump into this next matchup, and it looks like we're going to see Tony Pajamas. So it looks like Fisher College is going to try to run through their roster here and see if they can get everyone some play time. And then if they need Sonics, we'll bring them in. But it's up to Tony Pajamas, one of the top players in Connecticut, 25th at Apex most recently, with, I believe, a nice win on WebJP, one of our stronger Jersey Chic players in the area. A Nest player that has made some waves in the collegiate scene and really solid player from New England.
And it's crazy how good your team has to be for Tony to be the second best player on that team, man. Tony, again, showcasing why they did so well at Apex. Already 122% on Jorge, and that might, not quite enough to take a stock, but still a quick 100% lead, and now a full stock lead, only taking 29% as well. Again, Tony Pajama showing why they're considered one of the best players in the region, and definitely one of the best players in this tournament right here. And man, it's just so crazy to me that Fisher College is a school in the Open Premier, man. This is a team that would have been crazy. This is a team that easily could have done well in the main tournament as well, man. And right now, just running through their competition, 7-0, looking to go 8-0 and to win this championship. As Tony Pajamas sitting at 79% right now, did blow up Jorge's first stock, but now Jorge bringing himself back into this match with that up B, and that is it right there, just like that, tied up again.
It's the clutch factor that Luigi has that is beneficial entirely for this UCF team to get into this. Yeah, Tony Pajamas now cooking and almost lands the back air, looking for that air dodge in, not able to find it. And now Jorge having some trouble getting back on stage, going to get, actually double hit there by the PK Thunder, and that's going to be more than enough to take out Jorge. And now a full stock lead here for Tony Pajamas, as they are now moving to extend this lead here for Fisher College.
That precision on that PK Thunder was crazy, because if you hit with the main part of it, it would have popped Jorge up, but Tony Pajama was having good enough aim to just hit with the tail of that PK Thunder, not doing much knockback, but just pushing Jorge far enough away to get the stock. But you're seeing another down throw. Sure, you can not going to be enough to take that stock. 105% right now for Tony Pajamas to go see another down throw. Sure, you no, going for the tornado instead, unable to land it, and now here comes a punish from Jorge. From Tony Pajamas. Couldn't get anything from that down throw tornado. Not going to be enough either. Man, Jorge needs to start. So I think stop looking for the down throws and maybe just try go for a couple back airs.
Yeah, no, that is one of Luigi's best tools to outrange Ness, and of course Luigi Tornado, another great way to get a kill onto a character like Ness, especially on the lighter side here. And now things are tied up still. We still have a tie between these two teams, unexpectedly so, as Jorge is slowly but surely whittling down this lead that Tony Pajamas has. And the next player realizes that, playing very campy now, like looking to go to the platforms, like circle camping a little bit here, and trying to pick and choose their battles.
And it's crazy because after that, oh, what the world? That would have been crazy. It's crazy because after that first stock with Tony just absolutely blowing Jorge up, I would not have expected this to be a tied game going into the last stock. But Jorge showing why not just himself, what UCF is here in this grand finals, keeping composure, just kind of holding still, holding strong, and now bring themselves right into striking distance of this game. One more grab from Jorge might actually be enough to take it, or unless you get forward aired off the side. Tony Pajamas gonna take that stock now, giving Fisher a 1 stock lead over UCF. And again, they still have Sonics waiting, which just, man, if I'm UCF, I'm scared that it's close, because even if you're tied, as soon as they send Sonics in, it's like, man, we saw what Sonics did. You would have loved to have a 2-3 stock cushion. before Sonics comes in, if Sonics does come in this game too, just to kind of give you a bit more leeway to make mistakes. Then you can kind of throw bodies at Sonics until they eventually fall. But man, being close, being within a stock with Sonics on the bench, kind of scary, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that UCF is kind of like, all right, we know that they have their crazy ace in the hole to play here in Sonics, but I mean, at this point, I would say, they still have Hobby on Earth, so this is still doable. Sure. And Hobby put on the best fight that we saw against Sonics, so there's that forward air once again to clean up. Pretty textbook kill there for the Nest. I would have to imagine that UCF is trying to keep Hobby as fresh as they can up against the inevitable Sonic matchup. So I think we do see either, Halberd or Psychic coming in here for UCF to just give Hobby as much room as they can. So I'm gonna go with seeing Halberd come in this time, because I don't think Ness is going to. Oh, actually,
Terry, is this going to be okay? It's Nave again. Okay,
yeah.
Another FGC character played Ken first game. Now playing Terry. Don't hate it. Definitely don't hate it. Terry can do a lot of stuff to Ness if they can manage to get in, which could be a bit of an issue. But with that crack shoot, you're going to be able to get basically right over PK Fire, right over a lot of the stuff that Ness wants to toss out at you. And yeah, right now with the inability of Ness to land, getting a quick 75% and might be actually a combo away from taking the stock. Oh no, falling right out of that jab power dunk. But now the jab rising tackle, not going to be enough. But hey, either way, 0 to 122 right here for Tony. Oh, sorry, for Nave. Great start.
Yeah, and I want to say this is a matchup that we've talked about like in the weeks prior as one that Terry can do really well in, and just Terry has such a good like burst potential, right? And that's something that Ness can struggle in, as you see Nave getting a solid kill and holding on to their 3 stocks. And Terry has that burst potential that can catch Ness off guard. Like Ness certainly has, the tools to combo Terry back, but Terry has that like immediate acceleration, that not overall speed, but that initial burst that can catch Ness off guard and has that kind of frame data to stop Ness when they're trying to go for jumping. So see Nave doing a really fantastic job of that and playing that matchup pretty much perfectly. So still absolutely in this. Things are tied up yet again. Both players are now at 3 stocks apiece coming into this next one, and 2 players remain for both teams. Here's a look back at what we just saw. This Terry was, also Terry, a character that can kind of just like hit buttons, and eventually you're going to get turned around into like, jabbing your opponent who's trying to cross you up, and that's exactly what we just saw. So also very nice to have that. Again, you want to play with tools that give you an advantage at any point, and whether it's Sonic on Wi-Fi or some other nonsense on Wi-Fi, or Terry or another fighting game character who kind of does some stuff for you. Kazuya, a character I'm surprised we haven't seen yet tonight, but we've seen throughout the weeks, another one just like that. Yeah, no surprise that that's a character that's going to absolutely flourish in this scenario. So now 2 players left for both teams. We have Nave, obviously, on the field for UCF. We have Hobby on Earth, we have to imagine is the anchor for this squad going into this. And then Fisher College, they have yet to play G Extreme, who we might see Pikachu come in here. And I could see Pikachu kind of messing Terry up a little bit. Once you land a grab, it could be over. But Terry can kill Pikachu early, and then obviously Sonic's waiting in the wings to potentially clean this up.
They also have MD, who we haven't seen either, Pokemon Trainer, and Jerry as well. Not familiar with who they play, so plenty of options right here for Fisher College. They can kind of pick and choose whoever they want to send in. Send in now. I do like if they go Pikachu. I don't hate that. Pikachu, again, like I said, can kind of just grab Terry and do whatever the hell they want to, really. I've seen, ESAM mess up quite a few Terrys, with this back air, and Terry cannot do anything. You're just kind of stuck. Terry can get in on Pikachu pretty well, similar to with Ness. You have dash attack, which is a quick little burst of speed that can get you through a lot of stuff. Crack shoot, obviously really good against projectile characters because you kind of just flip right over a lot of stuff, and all know how much Pikachu loves throwing out those neutral bees, so I can't see that. But with Pikachu being so small, and just with their hurt boxes just being able to just shift around and pancake and do a bunch of weird kind of squishy stuff that Pikachu has for whatever reason, I can't see Terry struggling offensively as well. But with Pikachu being one of the lighter characters in the game, once you're at like what 65, 70%, you're really in death percent, even especially if you're near the ledge. Even lower if Terry has Go ready. But despite all that, Pikachu, I really feel like does kind of poop on Terry, just based on the fact that Pikachu is gonna get what they want much more often than Terry is gonna get what he wants. So I do like the pick, but Pikachu can struggle to get KOs at the same time, so that might come back to bite them. But I do like that pick if it is G Extreme.
I have to imagine that the biggest part of this matchup, or maybe not just imagine, just kind of know that like Pikachu is hard to hit for Terry, right? Like,
crazy.
Pikachu is going to just low body and pancake a lot of this stuff that Terry's going to throw out. Like when are you going to land crack shoot? Power dunk's going to be hard to land. Like all these tools that work really well for Terry in almost every other matchup is not going to work against a character who just is going to low profile all of those moves. So I think that's going to be pretty difficult for them to deal with. However, it does seem like we're going to be seeing Jerry come on here, though we're not entirely sure if Jerry has changed their tag or they have brought in another player whose tag is Luxa, who I really quickly looked up. I believe it's an Ike player, which we're about to find out. I think they got 129th at Apex very recently.
Nice.
And we're going to see if that is indeed the player that I'm thinking of, and it is. It is Luxa, the Ike coming in. So a change up as Fisher is looking to play as many of their roster as they can in this potentially last game here. Luxa 129th at Apex, has some decent results. 33rd at Shine all the way back in August.
Oh, wow,
so
that's really good.
For an Ike, not bad results at all.
And did get word from production. Luxa is actually Jerry, so it is a name change. Same player, different name. But yeah, Ike, a character I don't think we've seen Ike at all on broadcast, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe like once, but I don't really recall it. Ike, a character who is like, man, like I don't know how to describe Ike, but is this like a very good bad character, if that makes any sense at all? Like this character really has like one or maybe three moves that they really go for. Neutral air, oh well, downer, that went hard right there, crazy stock. But neutral air, forward air, up air is really what you're gonna see, and maybe a up B or two coming out of the blue. But yeah, Ike is just a really good bad character, if that makes I hope that makes sense to everybody. The few things that they do well, they do incredibly well, but struggles at, I feel like, almost every other aspect of Smash Bros. But if you're landing those nairs, man, it's a very hard character to beat.
Yeah, it's might be something real quick that Navi is going to find out if they can't get this kill, as Luxa is now at 141, obviously one of the heaviest characters in the game. But Ike, that's one of the scariest things about Ike, is Ike hits so hard and has aerials that are incredibly punishing, and has I think one of the strongest whip punish games in the game, for a character that's not high tier. That said, that will finally get the kill for Nave. So now 5 stocks apiece for both teams. Things are still kept even between Fisher and UCF, which for right now, this is the best that UCF has looked all series long.
And that dash attack going to be enough, a bit suspect DI right there from Nave. But there you go. If you're Luxa, you're going to take that any day of the week. And now, yeah, this Ike looking super clean right now. Full stock lead, relatively healthy right now. 2 stocks left, 51%. And you know what? If you're going to survive to like, what, 130, 140, whatever it was on that first stock against, basically anybody on this roster, if you're Ike, you're going to be eating really, really good. So we're going to see if Nave can take a stock a little bit earlier. Does have that 76%. Went for a spike, wasn't able to get it. Jab, power dunk by the ledge might be able to kill right now, but you know what? Luxa not even giving them the chance to get it, as they do manage to land those nairs, and we do see Ike go for those nairs quite often. It is by far and away this character's best move, and is basically their entire neutral, if we're if we're being honest right here. But hey, we know once you land it, you can do so much with it that I totally understand why that's the move that we're seeing come out so often here.
That's like the mid-tier character classic, right? Is that you rely so much on a single move. It's so good, but it becomes your character's entire personality, and then that is Ike to a T. Obviously, as a Ridley player, I know that extremely well. Ridley Nair, also, that's literally the entire character, and everything else is not worth even mentioning. But that is a nice play there for Luxa, who comes in and gets Fisher College back in the lead with that Ike. So now it is up to UCF's last player. We're going to see real quick before we find out who that is. This replay. I mean, Ike, honestly, for a mid-tier, does so well at landing situations. And then, of course, juggling and against a fighting game character, Terry, classically a character who has trouble landing. So with someone who has such massive disjoints, can cover so much of the stage on landing scenarios, Ike just eats that up all day. Doesn't matter. I mean, that's the thing too against Terry, is that go meter doesn't matter if you're not on stage, right? If you're trying to recover the whole time, you're trying to land the whole time, it doesn't matter if you have go meter. So that's perfect for Ike, who is such a good character at juggling, especially against fighting game characters. So well played, a solid counter pick, I would even say, going into that. So Fisher College, even without Sonics, still coming out ahead as we go into our last player for UCF.
And the last player for UCF, I would imagine, has to be Javi right now. I feel like going Villager against Ike can very much be in the favor of Villager. Ike, very, very, very slow. We saw how often they want to land those nairs, but hey, if you can't get within like a couple feet of the other character, you're not going to be able to land those nairs. You're going to have to do a good job of avoiding slingshot, and when you're a big body character like Ike, that's going to be really tough. How tall you are, getting slow airspeed, not going to be able to avoid like void rockets, and again the slingshot, tree, anything like that Villager really wants to really Villager's whole moveset.
The whole kitchen sink, man. Everything Villager you're naming the whole moveset right now.
He just listed the whole
You're listing the whole moves. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Villager is almost like built to take out a tall, hefty, slow character just like Ike, but that added sword disjoint could be the key in this matchup, because as much as Villager can put out, a bullet hell for this Villager, or for this Ike, right? I can still contest that. He can throw out an air, he can throw out forward air, and just try to clank with some of these items and some of these projectiles before they come out. But it's going to be up to landing those moves that makes the difference. Though I'm surprised that Luxa's going for grabs so often, so quick already, because you'd think landing grabs is going to be difficult as it's getting back on stage, and just like that, Luxa in a bad situation, though, is able to get back out there with Aether. Javi, though, looking to try to extend this lead that they have not so far been able to take. Actually, it's Luxa who's still holding on to it.
Not gonna lie, I got really, really scared on that left ledge right there for Luxa. Did think they were gonna lose their stop, but yeah, making it back to the stage safely, and yeah, holding on to a slight lead right here, surprisingly so. And with Villager at 86%, I think another down or a nair, it's up here, might actually be able to take this stock. Javi, playing this matchup probably not the best way. You probably don't want to be going in as often as they are. We are seeing a lot of approaching forward airs and a lot of approaching nairs. You would think you want to run away a little bit more, but hey, there's a reason I'm commentating and not playing. Well, yeah, Luxa taking advantage of everything that really Javi wants to do, which I definitely didn't see coming here. Thought this would have been a lot harder of a match for Luxa.
Well, I mean, it's still Javi with the advantage, but the Luxa is doing more than enough damage, I would say. Really, whoever comes in now, if Luxa can just get this stock,
take one,
because Luxa has yet to. Oh, that forward tilt, that could have been enough, but no rage at all, not going to be it. Oh, and the extension, I believe. I think that was the added hurt box as the recovery came in from Javi. So a big amount of damage done here by Javi, at least getting, or by Luxa rather, at least getting that one stock on Javi. Going to make it that much easier for the remaining anchor to come in and clean things up for Fisher.
And you know what? Even game right now, if Luxa can take out at least one more, which is definitely doable, especially when you're a character like playing against someone like Villager. If they can take out just one more, honestly, no matter who Fisher College sends in next, I would say that, it's pretty safe to say that they will probably take the W, but you do have to take this one. You just gotta focus on taking this one. You don't want Javi to have that extra boost against whoever comes in next. We saw how close their match against Sonics was in that first game, so you want to give them a 2-stock cushion no matter who it is next. We're gonna see if Luxa can take this stock. Doesn't have to be at 99%, but is off the ledge right here. Okay, managing to make it back. Bad landing there. Good parry into the axe. Okay, Saibi making it back. Gonna start looking for a nair into up air most likely. Oh no. Is your jump gone? Yeah, that's it. Yep, that is it. Eating the jump and getting the back air right there is Javi. And just like that, after what 9-stock victory in the first game, or 10-stock victory in the first game, we are now down to the final 2 players for both of these teams. Fisher College still have Sonics left, still have G Extreme, and still have MD. I would imagine they probably want to wrap this up, win that money, and go home. So I'd imagine we're going to see Sonics coming in UCF, obviously, Javi, best player on their team, doing a lot of great things, even, away from Wi-Fi tournaments as well. Can't really ask for a better anchor on the side of UCF than Javi. And I really think they were just saving Javi for when Sonics eventually came in, and I think this is probably going to be that opportune time right now.
I'm actually going to say I think that Fisher is probably confident enough that if, let's say, Sonics doesn't take this, they don't put in Sonics and they lose the game set 3, they're just going to put Sonics in again.
For sure.
Right? So I think it might be G Extreme actually or ND.
Okay. I can see that. I can definitely see that. Obviously, Fisher College right now wants everyone to get a chance to play. They easily could have sent in Sonics to, maybe, I don't know if they would have taken 12 again, but take out, 9, 10, 11 or something like that. But obviously, they want everyone to play. So, yeah, I definitely can see a world where someone like MD or G Extreme does come in. Again, when you're 7-0, I know Sonics is kind of the player we've been talking about this whole time, but wait, when you're 7-0, your whole team has to be good. But hey, everyone, before we get to the next match, I quickly got to shout out Army ROTC, become a leader for life. Click the banner below for more information about that. But yeah, when you're 7-0 in grand finals, you can't be a one-man team. The rest of your team has to be solid. So I would imagine that everyone else is, again, maybe not quite on Sonics' level, but you have to be great to make it to this point. So I do see a world, like I said, where you send in someone else that isn't Sonics to clean this up.
It's definitely doable. I mean, looking at G Extreme and MD, MD side Pokemon trainer, I think does pretty fine against Villager because you can put out Ivysaur, plays the same kind of game, and you can really stifle a lot of Villager's approaches, really just with Razor Leaf. But I even think Charizard does pretty solid. I mean, back air, really, really good move against Villager and kills early. Has that just range that you need to poke at Villager while they set up their wall defenses. Flamethrower, really good on their recovery. Nair also, kind of bodies Villager off stage. Just getting them off stage is going to be the issue. I would say G Extreme could easily come in here. Pikachu, again, really great character, and if you know how to use them, they're going to flourish in most matchups. Against Villager, it's going to be harder to hit Pikachu for sure. Got 49th at Apex recently, and is also PR'd in Connecticut, just like Tony Pajamas. So a strong player and a strong character to put in there. I would actually be surprised if they put in Sonics, just because I think at this point, well, not surprised, but I think they want to get everyone here playtime, but they also want to see, can they do it without Sonics, right? And this would be a perfect proving of that. But
there it is. Yep, there it is.
I think you're right. I think they want to wrap this up, Mies. I think they want to wrap this up. I think you're right.
Wrap it up, get your 2K, and go home, man. That's exactly.
I think this might be a wrap.
But hey, you know what? Javi did do very well in that first game that these two played. But you know what? Javi still lost that game with a one-stock advantage. Now they're asking Javi to win with a one-stock deficit. Definitely a tall ask, but if anyone can do it, it is definitely them. Do have a 50% lead right now, playing this match very, very, very well up until this point. But again, this is Sonics, and this is Sonic, a very explosive character. We've seen what Sonics can do. One opening, and you can get taken from 0 to possibly even death if Sonics gets the hits that they want. But yeah, Javi playing really, really well up until this point. 30% lead right now. But now I think we're starting to see Sonics start to cook a little bit.
Well, that's what Sonics does. We've already seen what Sonics is capable of here, and it's no different, no surprise. And I was thinking, does Javi have something different in this matchup against Sonic? But of all the characters you need to adapt against, Sonic is one of the toughest in the game to really change up your game plan, just because, like you talked about earlier, they set the pace, right? And you're just trying to keep up, let alone change your game plan up to survive. And at this point, Javi, like we saw in the previous matchup, having difficulty landing these forward airs and back airs, and Sonics has literally no incentive to approach and is not going to do so unless Javi starts to whiff moves. It's exactly what we just saw with that up tilt. And now Sonics looking for the kill, goes for the jab, does the 1-2, forcing Javi out of their shield, and going for that out of shield punishes Sonic with the down smash just like that. And now Javi and the rest of University of Central Florida, their entire ride, their entire season, the grand finals for them comes down to this one final stock being held by this Villager.
And there we go, as we see one stock getting taken away from Sonics right there. But like you said, yeah, the hopes and dreams of UCF hanging on to this last stock right here. And Villager, as great as Javi is, Villager probably not the best character to have as an anchor because of their inability to take stocks consistently, especially against a character like Sonic, who's going to be surviving for a long time with how good they are defensively. You need someone who's able are capable of taking stocks quickly, just like that. And there we go. Fisher College is your NACE Star League 2022 Fall Season Open Premier Grand Champion. And you know what? Looking at that roster, looking at how they played today, I completely understand why. So everyone, hats off to Fisher College. And you know what? Hats off to UCF. They were also undefeated up until this point. A very, very respectable, great 7-0. And you know what? Looking at their roster too, I completely understand. As we're going to see the final tournament winning KO right here. That back air combo, that back air conversion was so good. Yep, side B into neutral air, turns you around and sets you up perfectly to get that back air. We saw Sonics do that a few times today, and you know what? No better way they could have finished it off here.
Yeah, that was certainly a play, especially off of the air dodge. I mean, you jump, you're kind of screwed against Sonic, who can chase you. You air dodge, and it's going to be difficult in that way as well.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? We are going to have an interview with Fisher College very, very, very shortly. Again, definitely want to ask them how they're feeling after winning, 2K, which is definitely a good chunk of change right there, especially when you're, a young student. I totally understand how that can go a long way. But yeah, man.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an exciting end to this season, right? We've finally seen what these teams have to offer, and now we have just to hear from the winning team, and that'll be it for us here after at least for the Open Premier Division.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I think my video is a little bit frozen, but
That's
hey, I am still here.
We'll be,
Don't worry.
Hopefully getting an interview here
I'm still here
soon, and I would like to hear who we are going to be hearing from. I'm not entirely sure. Mees, did I lose?
No, I'm still here.
I mean, Paradox. All right, so Paradox will be joining us here for this interview to hear from our winning squad, which I'm looking forward to for sure. I believe I might have lost Mees. I'm not entirely sure.
Hold up.
Maybe that's just me, but hopefully he comes back in time to talk to our winning coach here. But it's been a fantastic season with all these teams. Fisher College, far and away the best by having some of the best players in the country, in the continent, really, in the hemisphere on their squad. So no surprise there that they're able to make it this far. And we are going to be hearing from that team real quick. And the interview is coming right in. So let us join up with our winning team's coach here, Paradox. How you doing? Congratulations for taking the dub on a fantastic win to cap off a fantastic season. How you feeling? Pretty good. I think you're muted on my end. I'm not entirely sure, or either on your end or production's end. But hopefully, it sounds like that you're doing pretty good. At least I could tell from what you were reading your mouth there. Production, I cannot hear him, but hopefully we'll be able to get that fixed. But okay, so we will see. All right, Paradox, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
All right, good. I can hear you. I can hear you now. Perfect. Awesome.
Perfect.
So yeah, I mean, you just saw your team take a 2-0 victory over UCF. What was it like watching, the culmination of the season really come to a head here?
Yeah, I mean, we knew going in that UCF is a fantastic team. We did a lot of scouting to make sure, there was part of the communication where we even were helping production be like, oh yeah, no, they're handing in the Luigi player. Yep, we looked that up. So, we spend a lot of time working with the individual students, making sure that they're prepared for, their upcoming matches. They know all the players that are kind of coming up. Honestly, UCF is one of the best teams in the country, so it's always really nice when we get to play them.
Yeah, I mean, y'all put on a really good match against them. That second game for sure. Things, you changed up the lineup a little bit, and UCF gave you a little more of a run for your money. I would say maybe in this series or throughout the season, what would you say is maybe the one time where maybe the team felt the pressure, right? And because it seems like for the squad, like Fisher, I mean, y'all kind of really show that you're, the best team in the country. And at this point, do you feel like there was a time in the season, in this series, or even the playoffs where you kind of felt the pressure Was this it, or was there another time?
I was gonna say, honestly, this was the closest match that these guys have had all season. So, in just looking at it, we run a lot of statistics for the program itself. These guys have like a stock differential of 3.7 just total across like Navy. So every one stock they're losing, they're taking 3.7 stock. So it's absolutely crazy. Just kind of looking at these individual players. Besides that, I mean, like George Washington was really good, and Michigan State was also a very good team. And they're both teams that we've played in the past, and actually Michigan State had a little bit of pressure too, so shout out to them just kind of earlier in the bracket. But no, this was the closest game that we've had all season, and we kind of knew that going in. In that game too, just having Sonics kind of come in game one and kind of help kind of bring that mental fortitude and try and really test Central Florida. So that was all kind of planned.
Absolutely, yeah, that's great to hear. Mies, I know you just joined back up with us, so yeah, jump right in. I know you want to ask a question here. I already asked about how they're feeling. Maybe times that they felt the pressure of the season. So Mies, what do you got?
So no more professional questions. I got to ask you, what are you blowing your money on, man? Hey, that's a fat chunk of change, man.
Yeah, no, I mean they're actually really excited. So all the money that our players earn from any of these collegiate tournaments goes directly to them. So you got to ask the players on that case. So we don't take anything as part of a program. It's a nice little incentive for these students to kind of pay off any fees, pay off any credit card bills that they might have, go to Chipotle, whatever they might have, not sponsored, but whatever they might want to use their money for, that's up to them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll use it wisely. Going back to I guess the team. I mean, obviously, I would have to imagine that you're all now looking forward to maybe next year or next semester potentially. What would you say would be maybe any learnings from this season that you're potentially going to apply to forward competition as the school moves on here in Ultimate?
Yeah, I mean, they do have other competitions that we play in. We don't just play in NACE, we play in some of the other big collegiate leagues. So, we're really happy about that. So they still are playing their season. This is a nice way to cap off NACE, and they're hoping to do the same in some of the other ones. All that being said, honestly, the players, a big thing for us is kind of building that community within ourselves. So we are, recruiting and actively always recruiting for our Smash team as well as any of the teams at Fisher. So, we have new players that are coming in the spring also to help kind of more of that stacked roster. And honestly, they all play different characters. So it helps them in kind of moving forward and trying to play at some of, the big major circuits. So we have a couple people going to the Panda Cup, and we had people going to SWT before that unfortunately got canceled. But, we do have players going to main stage this weekend too. So, shout outs to the guys heading out there, Nexus and Sockham, from some of the other rosters as well. So all of our players, they love this. This is their passion, and they want to continue with this, and they're going to find a way to compete. And if they got to go to majors or they have collegiate, whatever it is, they'll find that way.
All right, thank you, Aaron. We're gonna let you go. Once again, congratulations for winning the Open Premier Division. Tell everyone we said congrats. Enjoy the rest of your week, and tell everybody good luck at main stage and wherever else they're gonna go. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaron. That was the coach, I believe, for Fisher College. Again, I apologize for the technical difficulties I had. My computer decided to die on me. But yeah, there we go. That is the Open Premier Division Championship. Fisher College winning, really dominating. I know that second game was close, but if a couple lineup adjustments, and we all kind of probably saw where that could have went. But yeah, Fisher College, very stacked team, a team that was very capable of even winning the main bracket. But here we go. We see the schedule right here. We are on Thursday. We have Smash right now. Obviously, Rainbow Six can be coming up right after this. Tomorrow, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, followed up by the grand finals of Overwatch, Rocket League Ultimate, and League of Legends on Saturday, and then the COD, Rainbow Six, and CSGO grand finals on Sunday. Man, it has been a long season, 3 months of this top collegiate action, and it's finally winding down. It's crazy. I remember the first week that we commentated together.
Way long ago, man.
And now we're already at the end. It has been a great experience. I got to give a shout out to not just the sponsors, but everybody back in production who I know have been working stupid long hours, and they don't get enough credit. Or enough love. Honestly, Dak, our job is easy. We just got to sit down and talk for a bit.
We're just talking about Smash, man.
Exactly, man. They got production. They got to run around and be losing their hair over, a whole bunch of different things. So they are the real MVPs of everything. So big shout outs to the Nate Starling production. And again, all of the sponsors, BetterHelp, ROTC, Mavix, Dunkin' Donuts, everybody who helped make this possible, man. It has been a great season. I really can't wait for the next one.
I can't wait either, man. That's going to be an absolute pleasure, as was this season. Same thing here. Shout out to the production team, everyone at Nace Star League, all our sponsors. Of course, you, Mies, for joining me throughout these weeks. I know like Nurse and others have also jumped in on the cast to fill in while I haven't been here. I think you've been here every week, though. I don't think you've missed a broadcast. So I think you're the real MVP here, man. Because I know I've missed a few. But it's been a fantastic road. Coming up next, though, the broadcast is not over because Fisher College is looking for the two-piecer, the back-to-back dubs, as they are going to be going up against University of Texas at San Antonio in Rainbow Six Siege. We're going to be having Time to Light and Fellow joining you all for the broadcast coming up next. So don't go anywhere. More Nace Star League action is coming your way on the other side. We'll see you in a few.
Good night, everybody.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
University of Texas at San Antonio Roadrunners taking on the Fisher College Falcons in the NACE Star League Rainbow Six Open Premier Grand Finals. I'm Time to Light, joined alongside me is Fellow and Fellow. Into our final matchup of Open Premier, it's the massive brand of Fisher Falcons up against the more back-ended UTSA Roadrunners. Any thoughts coming into this series between the two squads?
Well, for Fisher, we know them both quite well, I'd say, as casters. Although they're a bit of a newer group here in the collegiate scene, they have been making statements across the region, doing quite well along the East Coast, and now looking to maybe get that final hurrah before the fall semester actually ends. For UTSA, it's the exact opposite. They've been on the block, for quite some time, and they're just looking to continue to keep their machine well and oiled up, continuing out the rest of the season as well, Dan.
Yeah, let's take a look at today's schedule. We've already seen Fisher win once today, and a member of the 12 Stock Club has been added, as Fisher had a first series sweep in that best of 3 with not a single death or not a single player lost in at least the first series. But the question, will Big Bad Beezer add to that level of dominance that the Smash team has shown? Well, their matchup against UTSA, a non-undefeated team, we'll soon find out in our Rainbow Six matchup for the evening.
And so far for Fisher, like you mentioned, keeping that flawless record, seems like they've kept a good job at that, not only in Smash, but also R6. UTSA, though, still keeping afloat just as well, and in particular for their coach, Miggs. I've known him for quite some time, and he's definitely not a person who likes to be in that second place position, so maybe able to punch that ticket, get that $2,500 prize pool. If not, then hey, at least they still get a good chunk of change, even though they've made it to just second if that happens.
Hey, I mean, just second place in Open Premier as it is, that's already a feat that you're reaching. Yeah. Especially considering this is first semester for the Fisher Falcons. I, of course, don't have as much information on UTSA because I think we see them a little bit less between different series and different conferences. But still a conversation topic for both of them. They're both here for a really good reason. Let's actually take a look at as we move into our prize pool, as you mentioned. I was a little concerned coming into this as to where Fisher would go forward, but they looked really dominant coming in from other conferences and now into Open Career. I'd like to see how they push even further.
Yeah, we'll take a quick little look at, I suppose, what we have up next, the bracket and the round of 4 exactly, both 2-0s here for UTSA and Fisher College. I mentioned the, I guess, resurgence that Fisher College has now had being a brand spanking new team in the collegiate scene. They've gone across a couple of other different leagues as well, just continuing their stoic journey here as a brand new group of almost a pug stack essentially. But even when they were in just that regular tier 3 scene, that amateur scene of playing in Rainbow Six, they still all played fairly well and have had a great chemistry, not only in online play, but also LAN as well. And I know that, I believe for just the Open Premier Division, they're not going to get the chance of going into that LAN, obviously, since we're doing the Grand Finals today here remotely, but still, maybe in the future, if they move up a division, it's just gonna add more, I guess, fuel to the fire, so to speak, Dan, because they already have that experience from not only T3, but also these matches going on right now.
Here's the rosters between them. Fisher Falcons, for all of you who favor the Tier 3 scene, you're well aware of almost all the players, if not all of them, on the Fisher Falcons side. Big Bad Beezer and Cappy, met both of them at the Major back in May. I like to flex that every time because it was really fun. They're super cool people. Yali used to be a coach, now a player with Maple joining, and Robe as well. The UTSA side has a mountain to climb. Here's their roster.
Yeah, definitely seems like it. UTSA, you've got Messiah, Shryden, Matcha, Give Me Your Beans, and Goat People as their 5th and final player. I do actually remember some of these people all the way back from the collegiate championship I did roughly almost half a year ago at this point. I did it all the way back in like May or April, if I remember correctly. So good to see them still playing in, some of these top divisions here, this time with Nay Star League, of course. But, again, I mentioned it earlier, just they're used to this format of competition, but despite that, both our predictions are actually leaning in here for the Young Bloods, and I know Migs is in chat probably right now, so might be a bit upsetting, a bit heartbreaking for him to see me vote against his team, but I really like what Fisher College has got here.
I'm also not a fan of algebra, and it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't. I don't like figuring out unknown variables. I'll take X equals a victory for Fisher Falcons more often than not, because we've seen them pull that forward, whether it's been in the T3 scene, separated, or in the collegiate scene now as a squad. They've been fairly consistent, and they've been very good when they are put together. And since that first, second, third week of the semester, when games actually kicked underway, they ironed out a lot of their kinks around the roster. Cappy started fragging out when she was needed, and just like that, the team, just like that, flipped on a dime and started winning out.
And you would think with a team that has been so comfortable with each other, you would get a bit of stagnation with that group. It actually has been the opposite, it seems, for Fisher. Unless that stagnation is just flat out success, they tend to keep that with relative ease. But if, like you mentioned, if someone's underperforming one game, they take a bit of time to reassess the situation that they're going through, the mistakes that they made in their previous matches, and then look to improve that going into a different game with a new set of eyes, essentially. So continuing to show that sign of improvement when you are just starting out in a collegiate scene, that is a great sign. And again, probably a reason why the both of us are leaning a bit closer towards them winning in this best of 3. Not only that, but it also looks like the map ban in general doesn't really favor either side unless UTSA are not that strong on a map like Theme Park. Map number 1 obviously is Villa. We just showed that and are now heading into that for the operator vetoes. But map 2, that'll be Theme Park. A pretty comfortable pick overall for Fisher College. And then the decider is just the stock standard map of Oregon. Everyone knows Oregon.
Everybody loves Oregon. That's the greatest part about it. A brief note, hello to everybody's parents / brothers / sisters who's watching, and then Yali actually knows both of us personally, so, hi Yali. They're all saying hi to whoever's watching for them in chat. We, of course, appreciate you watching, and they appreciate your support continuously through and through. Flores, staple ban of Villa. Can't say I'm too surprised about that one. Follow-up Osa ban. That one's a little bit more out of the blue, but still within the realm of possibility. No standard of error breach on that one.
Yeah, Osa you don't see banned really frequently on this map, but there are a couple of power spots I could imagine would be really strong for Villa, more specifically actually for the default, or not default, but the tertiary bomb site of Kitchen, for example. If you want to do more of a laundry style take, you can utilize those Osa shields to help cover a plant perhaps, and if you already have vertical control, it's just a lot of pressure that the defense has to take off of you for the attack. So probably just better safe than sorry, it seems, for that operator ban. After that, you had the Azami and Valkyrie, also really common bans for almost any map. Azami has a lot of great stall potential, and then Valkyrie is one of the best info ops in the game, which for R6 info is just king. So these bans, like you mentioned, don't really stand out all too much, and neither does the site pick that Fisher is opting for here for round number 1, that being Aviator in Games.
I really can't believe Fisher's going with the most common primary first round site selection in Villa, if not in Rainbow Six Siege. I think this is one of the higher first round pick percentages if I've checked my stats more recently. I can't say I'm too surprised about that. But a brief note, this is UTSA's map selection. We talked about that a little bit earlier. Fisher College chose theme. Oregon is last. UTSA, pressure is on. This is a nearly must-win map against a very decisive Fisher College on their own map, whether it be theme or otherwise. The fact that it is theme, I think, puts it a little bit further in their favor.
Say, unless you are a very solid Oregon team and you're not just following the status quo for map number 3, I would have to agree. This has to be a map win for San Antonio, or else you might not even get a chance to see Oregon in play going against Fisher College, and that is still a big if at that point if you're winning that map as well. Fisher College still looking to just finalize a couple of reinforcements here on this top floor. Originally, I thought they would maybe rotate hold for that top main position, but looks like they'll just hold that a bit more, I suppose, initially at aggressive rate, and then if they need to fall off later on, they might just not do so unless the clear is not starting on that side of the map for UTSA, which for the attacking team, it seems like they're doing just a regular master over clear. They've got flank watch, so no one coming up, Astro Stairs, for example, isn't going to find any major impact plays. So once you get this map control over by Trophy and Statuary, that is in your control for a majority of this action phase.
And the other issue that will arise for UTSA is as soon as they start to pressure more towards this north side of the map, and Fisher College pay attention to this, there's not much that they can do to go back towards Study and try and double back. Messiah already taking about 50 damage right off the bat from the bottom of those Astro Stairs will attempt to nade and then put it right back in their back pocket. Not really needed as the fallback has already come through. Cappy was getting aggressive, does damage, and backs away. Pretty good opening for Fisher.
Still looking to clear out this northern half of the map here. Messiah's still leaving that charge, having a bit of info with that drone. So they know no one's initially close towards Bulwark, but someone does get located over by Red Stairs. But Beans just continuing to quick lean, actually misses the opportunity to find maybe some chip damage before that roamer actually falls away. But now that UTSA have redroned Red Stairs, they can guarantee that is just up for grabs. So they can already begin to start poking and prodding their way at that skull doorway and maybe start itching to take 90 control, as well as having that Harbinger available with Matcha. Not only can he get that vault wall opened up, but once that's done, you can maybe have him rotate over in a Study balcony just to hold another cutoff angle and make the bomb sites in general just weaker for Fisher to hold or an execute stall.
Another note is the fact that UTSA seemingly are aware of the fact of possibility on a flank, but they're just not putting anything towards it other than those previously placed air jabs. That's something that can be easily taken out should the sound cue come through. Already breaking one of those Goyo Vulcan's canisters will take out that far side of Aviator for about 20 seconds of time. Maple letting him get aggressive from the Study door is a fairly good start from Fisher, turned into decent map control long term. They have so much utility left over. 2 Toxic Babes, a C4 on Yali, and there's only 40 seconds left for UTSA to start their take through the site.
The only problem here is that I believe no one's rotated over to Study just yet, and so far no one's here to help assist the player over by Vault. There's Yali with the somewhat of an opening kill, it seems, but it's actually Beezer to get that confirmation. Beans will find a trade on that previously mentioned view, but Beezer over by Study. Again, a lack of pressure there by UTSA is giving an advantage here for Fisher College as Beezer racks up a triple kill with his favorite gun, that MX4 Storm. The crutch is available for him, and he'll utilize that so well in the alibi, caught in the reload almost by the ace, but it's an ace for Beezer, funny enough. The operator shut down over by the bomb site, and already Fisher are coming out of the gate swinging.
Okay, kudos to Beezer. Opening round goes Fisher's way, but big bad Beezer, well, he eliminates an entire round of players on his own without dying. I was wondering if we were going to see a 12 stock, but in Rainbow Six terms, it's already happened.
I think you got your wish, yeah.
We wasted no time on that one. I'm actually really happy I brought it up now because it's already kicked underway. And Fisher College, decisive first round victory, and it was basically just Beezer playing around their teammates' utility. That could be an issue, though. A brief note for Beezer. Fisher also plays in another conference, of which Grand Finals is the day the new season comes out. So he won't have that MX4 Storm of the 1.5 for another Grand Final in about 5 days' time.
And they are opting to nerf that weapon just a little bit, so might opt to still run it, but might be a little more challenging, perhaps. We'll have to wait and see when the time comes. Fisher College now opting to go in towards the second top floor bomb site of Trophy and Statue with, roughly speaking, yeah, I know, surprise Pikachu face. Funny enough, we just had Smash played a moment ago, so might have saw some Pikachu at that point. You'll see our reactions with that later on with the site selection here by Fisher College and probably UTSA when they move into that second half. But their lineup for the defense looks pretty similar. So does UTSA. Gets the same point across. Having multiple sets of grenades, though, could allow them to maybe rotate in the first floor, though, to just break a bit of utility like those, mute jammers if their Thatcher is utilizing them more for the ADSs, or just netting kills if they have good info. But so far, looks like at least a handful of UTSA players are starting that top floor. They might want to get the triple wall opened up as quickly as they can, and then transition elsewhere to places like bottom Astro just to create extra pressure points. But for the time being, they're keeping things simple.
A bomb has been located.
I like the fact that they're not overcomplicating their take when they really do not have to. The big note for them is, can they get open this main wall? And with the Thatcher on the board, taking out the Rotilla Claws shouldn't be all that difficult, but the notion is still there. It could be a challenge for them to start pushing forward after utilizing all that utility fairly early. Again, it will be down to the Thatcher EMPs to probably give UTSA the round. That, or an opening pick possibly from Messiah. The drone finds the whereabouts of Robe, who's now sitting behind that astronomy desk in the back corner. Messiah now aggressing on towards the Jaeger, but this time, as I mentioned, it's not Cappy. Nade, however, may take out Cappy, but it's thrown in the wrong position. They break that Vulcan canister, and Beezer just casually finds a double. 7 unanswered kills, by the way, between 2 different operators.
That's the problem with keeping things a little too simplistic, is sometimes there's a lot of openings that your opponents could maybe capitalize on. Exhibit B is probably Beezer doing the exact same thing. Instead of Study finding him 5, it's Astro Stairs connecting 2 separate kills and forcing the window repel player to rotate. So now Beezer can swing wide, pardon. What a play made by the Malusi as they continue to aggress. He hears the vault. Can he find 4? Somewhat. It's eventually transitioned off by Robe as they get that trade on a Matcha. And now it's only Go left to stand in a 1v4. And they meet the same fate as their teammates, falling over by Master Bathroom, a buddy ace for the Jaeger and Malusi as Fisher College go up 2 in a row.
Okay, so turns out Beezer does not need a 1.5x to just absolutely send another team packing, casually picking up.
I think he'd like a
more
formal
kills.
apology, Dan. I think it needs to be said now.
Beezer, that one is my bad. I will take the heat on that one. That is on me. Somebody said Beezer doesn't need a 1.5. Mace Windex instead of Mace Windu in Twitch chat. Kudos to you. You were correct. Beezer's still cracked. And apparently, as he is jacked, because he goes to the gym on a daily basis, from what it seems like. Fisher College with 2 in a row. Now we'll switch down to kitchen dining. No love to living room library. My favorite quaternary bomb site in the game, personally, because of how much vertical play it has compared to the others on this map. It's basically entirely destructible floorboards, rather than just half or a third of which. That's my favorite. But not the case here. Fisher College, they're sticking with what works, and understandably so. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, for UTSA, would definitely like to see them try to be a bit more elaborate on their clears. Again, simplicity is not the worst thing in the world, but undercomplicating is also a major problem in its own with a game like R6, when you have so many angles to worry about, so many different positions that a defender can hold. If you're not taking that into consideration and also keeping things simplistic on your attack, that's going to allow a lot more pressure to be built up by Fisher College. They're going to start setting up crossfires, having people play off each other's contact, etc., etc. And that's exactly what we've seen both rounds by Fisher. You had Beezer playing over by Study, so he could help the people that are playing close over by Vault. Yali was a prime example there on round number 1. And then round number 2, when you had Cappy, I believe it was, you said, if not, then Maple playing over by Top Astro, he rotated and crept up the stairs and netted himself a double kill. Sure, not as flashy as an ace, but that still set the round in stone. It forced a pretty big rotate by UTSA and netted Fisher College the round altogether, which is all that matters most. So for UTSA, would definitely love to see them not just push in from one direction on the map and just try to diversify a little bit, just to keep Fisher College on their toes a bit.
Well, it seems like they're favoring a little bit more diversity. The issue is it's still a general set one-dimensional take across. This time it's from the south side first floor rather than top side or far side on the top floor. It's still surprising from UTSA, but this could work out. You can see how much ground they already have into Mudroom, Nade being prepped from Messiah. Doesn't have direct line of sight for lethality. Will do a decent bit of damage. Yali forced away and will not be able to heal that back up as the Thunderbird is not available for the defensive side. So that's definitive damage, and fairly early on for UTSA. Pretty good start, but still work to do with 4 C4s available, one of which already finds a kill.
There's Maple, that opener, like you had mentioned, the Nomad out of all people, so the flank potential definitely much stronger now. Fisher College, especially since UTSA, they might end up tunnel visioning just a little bit, trying to get this single or double wall, I should say, opened up, pardon, as they're still working their clear over from Library, now heading into Mudroom. But Yali, despite losing a ton of HP earlier from that grenade you had mentioned, they're still looking to hold this angle aggressively with that TCSG shotgun. The ace looking to challenge as well. Macho will eventually find that refrag onto Yali and looks to just hop in the bomb site. They've got to get aggressive, get creative here, find some space, and deal some major damage. They're striding their there at the assist, working up from the pantry stairs, and the plant going down, but Matcha, he's out in the open. This could be a really big issue as Beezer finds that frag on a Messiah. The plant has gone down. Both attackers now essentially just stuck in the bomb site. Trident looking to get aggressive, maybe allowing the ace to fall a little bit farther back, but it's technically speaking now a 2 versus 2 retake, but a 1v2 as both Maple and Beezer get injured. Robes there for the cleanup onto the sledge, having plenty of time to get that revive, so maybe things still look better here for Fisher, but that's if they have info on Matcha's position.
Matcha has another Vulcan canister to play with. This is a very weird position, and there it goes. That may very well be the round. They can't get on that defuse because of the Vulcan canister put down. They did not know that the defuse was put inside of the Vulcan canister's radius. It's not going to matter. The round is actually their own Achilles heel of utility. Matcha will find the kill into Beezer. Maple kills themselves with their own Vulcan canister, and UTSA, not a free round by any means, but towards the end, certainly a gifted one. They couldn't aggress onto their counterparts stuck inside of the pantry, of which actually favored them, and they actually shot themselves off of the objective with their own utility, underestimating its radius. UTSA pick up the tertiary bomb site.
And both the aggression by Shriden and Matcha, coordinating that together from 2 separate planes on the map, that is what guaranteed them the bounce back, getting that plant down, and setting themselves up properly for that post-plant position that was just impossible for Fisher College to actually crack because of those Vulcan packs that you had mentioned during the round, Dan. Again, I mentioned diversifying your clears overall. When you were getting ready for that execute, you had not only pressure being built up from the Memo side of the map by having that wall opened up by Matcha, but you have the ace rotating to refrag onto the Cadence playing aggressive by China, and you have Strident to help assist to get full control of the kitchen side of that bomb site. So once you have that in your pocket, you can make the call, okay, get in the bomb site, let's get this plant down, and you also have somebody from Memo making sure no one can really challenge you over by Laundry, so to speak, or even by Tetris, because you have that cutoff angle established as well. That was fantastic coordination by UTSA, and like I mentioned again for the 3rd time now, just diversifying where they're pushing in from so they don't just funnel into one major choke point that Fisher College has multiple sites on.
You know, for all of you who sometimes listen to your accountant, there's a reason they say diversify your assets. It can lead to better overall flourishing success. And Fisher College in that round, actually putting 2 different Vulcan canisters on that door, that's not what killed them. It was Maple to shoot the second of which that really hurt, because the first one basically just allowed Matcha to back away. They broke it in their own volition, or of their own volition, and then retreated to create some space between them and their counterparts. And then Maple was like, well, actually, I just break the second one, we hop on the defuse and win the round. But they actually underestimated the radius, unfortunately, and it cost them more than it helped them. They certainly had absolutely no shot of it, because the time on that Vulcan canister. 20 seconds, by the way, for all of you curious. And UTSA, now right back in this. They win this, we're tied, but it is Aviator Games, and it is Fisher Falcons on Aviator Games, with, again, Beezer on the board. This time, however, not an alibi. Instead, favoring Pulse this time around.
Both nades tossed out, along with an EMP to maybe help break any utility over by main stairs, but it seems like Cappy hasn't been pushed away all too much in that position. And now UTSA are looking to maybe burn even more utility on essentially a player who's assigned to die in this round. Another EMP tossed out. Cappy's still really not impaired by it whatsoever. Just looking for someone to swing on that staircase, and there it is, just putting the meat grinder. Beezer's there to clean up as well, but Stride and Matcha instantly, in a synchronized manner, find refrags. And now they've got top main control, but again, not much was really sacrificed here by Fisher College, when in comparison, UTSA, they've got a flank brewing up, and they just reclaim that map control by top main, leaving just Goat with no diffuser and no teammates in sight to try to bring back this round. The Vulcan pack almost kills him outright, forced away for a couple extra seconds. It's a really dire position here for UTSA, Dan.
Goat people almost 1G'd in a game it is ever so difficult to do so. Now, in a 1v2, with about 2 HP left over, a well-placed sneeze or breeze from Fisher College will take him out. Beezer, unfortunately, puts down the C4 and blows it a little too late, given the now position of Goat people on the backside of this map's desk. Follow-up break of that Vulcan canister, it's a headshot required, and one, unfortunately, not found. They do break the Vulcan canister in the correct position, just on the wrong side of the door. Nonetheless, Fisher College will take round 4 and again successfully complete their primary bomb site defense.
Didn't really seem like, once again, UTSA were trying to add a lot of extra impact. To be fair, their clear seemed pretty standard from both bottom, main, and also study. So it wasn't them just funneling into one direction, essentially. It was just how much they sacrificed to try to clear out the first line of defense for Fisher College. You had 2 EMPs, 2 grenades, and maybe even more than that as well, because you had multiple bodies just clumping up and dying on main stairs before Matcha and Strident could actually push past that aggression and get into both study and main stairs itself. It again was just the cost it took to get that first line of defense off the board. And Fisher College, they had backup plans for once they had lost main stairs. They had someone getting aggressive by that bar hallway and just the actual objective room they were defending proper, and they had somebody flanking. And with UTSA just not taking that flank into account, it just led to more vulnerability once you had gotten that actual main stairs control, because again, just how much they had consumed themselves from to get that one spot of the map in their back pocket. UTSA, last time this bomb set of trophy was in play, they struggled with even getting past Master Bathroom all to begin with. So maybe if they have some, external angles they can work around with, maybe that could change. But so far, Fisher College, they must be sitting pretty, all things considered, with this 3-1 half so far.
A big note, by the way, for Fisher College that I really appreciate out of their defense is even though they won Trophy Statuary last time, they're still bringing in occasional changes. Now, they're not entirely round-changing changes for their operator lineup. Cappy's still in the mute. You can still see Robe on the Jaeger, of which was successful last time around, and Galley sticking with that Kaid, as we saw previous. But Maple with the big change onto the Ella this time around, looking to possibly bring some aggression. I don't know if they have the FO12 or if it's the Scorpion in their back pocket. Given the fact they're playing fairly aggressive with the RG, I would expect it's the FO, but no, it is indeed the Scorpion. Bees are sticking with the Malusi. Really, Malusi, Pulse, and Alibi, the mainstay defenders. For him, not too many changes expected on that side of the camp.
Well, EMP getting ready to be tossed out for the second time in case someone's trying to trick that triple wall. Doesn't seem like they're getting anything off in time unless that impact grenade actually connected. It caught some of the explosion, but a majority of Matcha's work has been done. No direct entryway, but at least you have that angle opened up, so it's going to be much more challenging for Fisher College to actually rotate without maybe taking a bit of damage in the process. And UTSA, like I mentioned, they are changing things up, having the help of that Jackal and having some drone work being done by Beans. They're actually clearing out the bottom basement floor, working their way upwards just to make sure that Astro Stairs position isn't going to be as challenging. And maybe if there's good info to work on that top floor, we could maybe see a couple kills happen with vertical.
Saya horizontally will take out Maple, the first to fall here in round number 5. The Ella as well. A lot of aggression now taken off the board for Fisher. Really up to Beezer and Robe to try to do so, considering their utility is place and forget, or place and play around, depending on the day. Messiah getting aggressive, looking to drop on towards Yali, finds the kill there, needs to quickly swing. Robe looking the wrong way, actually stays alive. The swing now with the pistol is able to find the kill into Robe, but Cappy finds a refrag. Goat people, however, with one of their own, dropping Beezer, the main fragger, down. It's down to Cappy. A 4K required, the SMG-11 in hand. They'll be forced to back away and look for a C4 kill before even re-attempting their aggression.
Got info. Not enough time, though, thankfully. You've got your support player getting off of that diffuser just in time, so no kill netted by Cappy as the C4 will be a dud from the bottom floor. Now trying to rework their way up above, perhaps, to maybe find a couple of potent frags with an SMG-11. But it's a pretty tall task to accomplish, like you had mentioned. A 1v4 post-plant position. Just seems like Cappy is seeming to sit inside of living room and just talk it out with their teammates, seeing what they can do better to potentially anticipate that Astro Stairs walk up, or for round 6, if they want to maybe go back to dining room and just have a better chance dealing with that horizontal pressure if that's what UTSA want to go for. But all things considered for UTSA, again, they changed up their lineup, so to speak, and they had really good coordination actually moving up in Astro Stairs. They realized that Fisher College weren't fully anticipating that attack from both Master Bathroom and the staircase I had mentioned, so when they were able to cross-coordinate that, they got a lot of damage done, and still having that cutoff player on the triple wall by Master Bedroom, again, it just meant Fisher College could not rotate properly to help assist over on that portion of the map. So really well done by UTSA to adapt and overcome against Fisher's defense.
Not only that, but they collapsed into individual players at correct times to the point where nobody got a kill other than Cappy. Cappy got 2 kills in that round, her first 2 kills of the map, by the way, but unfortunately they were just inconsequential. Her first with a about 30 seconds between that and the defuse being planted. The final was really just an exit frag to pad the stats a little bit, and obviously those are always fun, and Cappy in some of these rounds where he hasn't been forced to find kills does when push came to shove, but unfortunately not when the round was still in the meat of its maker. UTSA, they take that, and now it's Fisher College going to Kitchen Dining. This is the only site they have yet to win on the defensive side. They're looking to change that prior fact and make sure that all of the sites are won at least a single time, with the Aviator Game site being a lone outlier in that conversation at 2 in terms of victories.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Definitely like the option here by Fisher to actually just attempt Dining Room once again, as if it weren't for that major issue of, I would say probably just the Goyo packs being just all portioned in on one spot of the map close to that diffuser, there might have been argument for Fisher College actually having a proper retake, isolating the lone ace that was by Pantry, and maybe winning that round altogether. So just being a bit more aware of that potential by Pantry stairs could be a good remedy for Fisher College to make it that 4-2 split, but 3-3 wouldn't be that bad altogether for the defensive start for Fisher College. I really feel like the second half is going to be a bigger focal point for both sides, as we haven't seen anything over the top so far for either Fisher College or UTSA. So maybe that tempo built up here by Fisher College that we've seen on the defensive half, if that continues in the second, this could be a map win for them. Or if UTSA can still hold their own and keep things pretty structured on the defense, then we might have a pretty tough competition this best of 3.
Hey, one thing I'm really happy about is the fact that Yali's bringing in the Frost. This is something that hasn't been brought yet from Fisher College, and something that I don't know if UTSA is going to clear out. That drone inside of Mud, I don't know if it's seen the Frost mat that sits under the Mud window. That could be an issue later on, alongside maybe other normal avenues of attack that aren't fully cleared for those bear traps at your feet, notably around the pantry window that you just jump into. There's one inside the rotate drop that, again, they'll have to be concerned with. You can see it inside of Memorial in that close corner. Usually not something you pay attention to. C4 thrown, it lands on the windowsill, and Maple should be able to retrieve that, and does do so indeed. Still looking to get aggressive, though. 80 seconds left, and UTSA yet to fully engage and try and take a fight.
So that wall opened up once again for UTSA. Able to maybe get more control over by Memo. That wasn't a major point for them in the end round, but still just having that proxy effect for UTSA, it definitely went a long way in the long term, except for just finding those crucial kills during that 3-on-3. A Banshee deployed to actually get info if someone's over by Pantry this time, so there's no major element of surprise here for UTSA. That's a big improvement for Fisher College, if I say so myself, while the rest of UTSA still looking to find some sort of opening from these multiple angles, and that's on Yali. Messiah just hops right on in, and there's the opening kill going the way of UTSA, but Fisher College still looking to solidify as Maple cleans it up onto the Diana, and now Matcha's down, kind of in no man's land with that diffuser as well. That could be the final bell that tolls here for UTSA if they cannot recover either the player, nor potentially just that diffuser altogether.
Well, the kill comes through. Beezer finishes off Matcha. Cappy a follow-up onto Give Me Your Bean. Strident looks to aggress into Cappy and finds the kill close range with the L8 in hand. Goat People there for the assist. The C4 not shot out, though, gives Beezer the kill. And Robe with the follow-up from behind, not cleared on that flank. Through with the MP5 will take out Goat People, drop the Nomad, and give Fisher College the lead into the half as the defensive side reigns true and they hold their advantage.
And that is the major difference between a group that is rather complacent and doesn't tend to improve a lot during their time as a team, or someone who is willing to adapt and figure out what's going to happen against your opponents. Fisher College, they didn't just reattempt the exact same defensive hold that they did back in round number 3 when Dining Room was first in play. They acknowledged the weaknesses that they had when defending that bomb site, more specifically Pantry, and across the pond having that Memo position by the offense as well, and they tailored their defense to counteract those significantly better. They had info over by Pantry with that Banshee and a barricade being deployed there as well. They had someone trying to flank in the late round to kill that solo player. And on top of that, they still had all the same utility, but just less aggression overall that wouldn't cost them their life in a bad time when UTSA are looking to execute in that round. The discipline there by Fisher College was fantastic, and that really was a make or break that helped them get that 4-2 split and not keep things simply equal against UTSA. Now they have to really give it their all on this defensive half, or we either see overtime or just a 7-5 win potentially here for Fisher College on their opponent's map.
Well, Beezer's playing Ash, so the answer is
yeah, we might see some
7-3, 7-4.
creativity here. He's got the vision. We'll just say that.
This is not looking good for UTSA. Yeah. I have no foresight nor omniscience, unfortunately. That would be awesome as a caster, but one thing I can predict, at least fairly cleanly, is the fact that Beezer's going to continue with just fragging out onto the Roadrunners. No matter how fast they may be able to leap away, I don't think the Coyote, or in this case the Falcon, is going to let up.
Cappy holding a default cut. We saw UTSA hold, funny enough, I believe on both round number 1 and 4 when the same site was played against them. Just making sure there's any other roamers by top red or near trophy statuary. If they push into this line of sight, they'll probably get killed by the Lions and sort of opening kill Fisher College if that were to happen. So far, though, no one's really moving a muscle here on the side of UTSA. Some more info being gathered to help assist the players that are actually in the building right now, more specifically Beezer, and I believe both maybe Robe and Maple. As of right now, they realize that 90 is so far up for grabs, except for the other half of that L formation part of the building. There's a smoke with a deployable shield there to maybe stall for some good time and resources. And for Fisher College, now Beezer's looking to maybe get aggressive over by bottom of metal, but I think UTSA has someone watching that position.
Beezer would have to go through the barbed wire. The shot from behind, Masai actually finds a double from the main hallway. You were correct in the assumption. The German op comes from behind and eliminates both the Ash and the Iana. Both the fragging roles, at least main fraggers, for Fisher College, alongside the top 2 fraggers, at least 2 of 3, considering Robe is tied with Maple, gone fairly early. 70 seconds left, and Fisher College have lost a lot of what would have been momentum and most of their map control. This nade may very well find the kill, fairly well placed. Unfortunately, the magnet was even better in terms of its predictability.
Yeah, necessity there for Masai to win those 2 gunfights, keeping his players alive over by red and just having that numbers advantage for the final couple of moments of this round. Sure, Robe will find one for compensation, but it's not too long after that he meets the same fate as the rest of Fisher College. UTSA, so far, a great start off the back of just simple intuition that Messiah had, whether it be info by a default cam or just having, you know, a bit of audio cues to help with just someone trying to push him from the backside. He realized someone was trying to engage him, so Beezer could create space and maybe kill that player by top red. So before he deals with the main threat, he gets rid of the side project, that first player off the bat being Maple, I believe it was, on the Iana. Then they move back towards the bigger issue of Beezer. And again, having those players on the first floor eliminated allows his red player to not fall back, still having more map control for UTSA, and in general, just letting them be more fluid because they've got a double man advantage with about a minute and a half left for Fisher College to try to rework those kills in a very weak spot.
No, I'm not liking Fisher College's advantage right now because it's been dwindled down, and for all of you who don't pay attention to college football, let me give you a TLDR as to what happened this past weekend. UTSA was playing the University of Texas at El Paso and was down 24 points with 7 minutes to go in the second half, or around halftime, you'd estimate, and then decided, oh wait, we actually want to win this game, and just casually pulled out a 34-31 victory when the game came to a close and the game ended field goal. So Fisher College had a lead at half. It's already being dwindled down, and UTSA is just getting warmed up on the defensive side. I'm a little concerned because Fisher College, late round, they're looking pretty good. Later in maps, even better. But the last 3, it's been a little chaotic.
Again, it's what I mentioned of, can UTSA hold their structure, still keep their plan A afloat for a majority of that action phase, or can Fisher College just find those small cracks in the armor and manage to break through the whole plate itself? So far, for last round, it seemed like the former option, not the latter, was what we actually saw by UTSA. Again, that roam by Messiah worked wonders to bolster up the rest of his teammates' positions. And now Fisher College, like you mentioned as well, they only have a single round advantage before things get a little bit on the choppy side for the second half of Villa. Seems like Fisher College are looking to replicate what UTSA were doing in their beginning attacks for this top floor bomb site, just getting control of bathroom and master bedroom itself, starting to burn through that utility over by Astro, and maybe expecting someone by that staircase as well, because that was a pretty major win condition for Fisher College, just having Beezer sitting there that whole round, finding a couple of kills, give or take, on that Malusi. If UTSA could maybe replicate that, this could be a really challenging spot for Fisher College to really get past.
They do need to get a drone in fairly quickly. A brief reminder, there's only a 30-centimeter difference in the radius between impact EMPs and the Electro Claw, favoring the impact EMPs, so there's a very narrow margin of error. Maple sprinting forward is caught out by Matcha, the sound cue of that set of barbed wire, costing the Iona their life early on, again and around, and again dying to a Jaeger. Beezer does find the refrag, this time on the Goat People, the Kaid off the board, and the C4 also gone without finding any damage. But still, they have no information as to the whereabouts of that Electroclaw, and they don't want to risk their utility. Actually, I lied. They already have.
The call by Beezer to rotate, have someone watch that flank cam could be big, but the swing by Messiah is even bigger. He finds 3 separate kills on the position over by Bricks, and Beans cleans it up with the Mossberg. What a power play by Messiah, being the disciple of round number 8, and things are completely squared off going in the 9th.
There's no way you're supposed to be able to aggress like that, especially when the Lion was in the building and then for some unknown reason decided to exit stage master window. For no apparent reason, by the way. There was nothing favoring that outside spot other than maybe a long angle, and even then, you'd do so to hold and help your Hibana. You already had one player occupying the bottom side of Astro, your Hibana was sitting inside of that master main wall, yet for some reason, nobody was watching that trophy runout, or the statuary runout into Master. Even with the aggression, communication just wasn't there, and Messiah just, I don't know, casually drops 3 players. UTSA, back-to-back rounds to start off the second half. Pretty good beginning to what was a disadvantageous start.
And I can't necessarily fault Fisher either, because when you get that triple wall opened up, you've got somebody maybe watching over by Master Bathroom, and Beezer just moved to stat door looking into Bricks. Your job there is to just look at the triple wall that's been opened up. You're going to just be there making sure no one gets hyper aggressive. So it wasn't really anyone's fault. It was just Messiah won the gunfight. They were in a better position to out-engage Beezer, and instead of backing away in a really passive manner when you have that one-man advantage, he doubled down and even tripled down. He killed every single player there, just barely, but it was beautifully done by him, and that set the round in stone, I believe, for UTSA. So Fisher College, they now need to be aware that UTSA, they can just match that aggression with even more aggression and just make sure, it's something I mentioned earlier, just make sure they have that insurance policy, because we saw that set for them on their defensive half, but so far for the attack, it seems like they're just cutting the budget so far when they're doing these standard plays.
Standard players have seemingly been working thus far for Fisher College. The issue is winning the gunfights in a lot of these engagements, and that really hasn't been their issue much as a whole for their history, albeit a fairly brief one, 2.5 months or so. But still applicable conversation surrounds them. What's going wrong in these engagements? Number one, they're being collapsed upon quicker than I think they can communicate that to the rest of the team. And number two, they're being pincered between multiple angles that you really can't take 2 different fights at 90+ degree angles at the same time unless you are A, a wizard, or B, cheating. And I don't think Fisher College possesses either of those 2 attributes.
Well, hopefully they can find some good openings with that verticality, so don't need any wall hacks for that perhaps, except for maybe Beezer's gadget. You can look through the flooring just fine to spot out a couple of Mozzie pests, magnets, mute jammers, you name it. Could probably locate it, and if they're in a good spot, maybe destroy them and just get them out of the picture completely for this second half of the action phase. Maple looking to maybe that first point of contact down Astro stairs. Doesn't want to get too aggressive though, as UTSA have a significantly better angle to challenge that position. So for right now, Fisher College, they're still looking to just solidify and find some sort of opening that UTSA might have on this attack, and more or less that might just come down to not only the vertical that's been established on that top floor, but the control that follows up past it. If they can get into laundry and get some of these back walls opened up, they might have a chance of hitting the bomb site properly, because how much space they can make with that verticality.
The issue around their verticalities, they haven't extended horizontally on the bottom floor whatsoever. Library and living room still fully occupied. Strident is taken out of contention fairly early, so Maple finding that opener at least adds a caveat to that previous point. They also haven't pushed whatsoever towards these northwest stairs, at least the bottom side of the northwest stairs. That barricade put down should at least indicate something is in that general vicinity, and Cappy dropped by Give Me Your Beans, the Mossberg, renamed by yours truly, the clothesline, finding that frag across, and because Maple was low, that P10 from long range is able to find a refrag, but it's still just a 3v3. Bees are down as well. It's down to 2 for Fisher.
but now only one as well. Beans continuing to hold down Pantry like his life depends on it. Will now force Robe in 1v3. They have to get their hands dirty in the bomb site, and Beans racks up another, this time with just the good old-fashioned SMG-11. Still good to see that shotgun and SMG combination in play today, as UTSA are really proving a point as to why they wanted to go into Villa for map 1.
Second half proving to be their benefit, and Fisher College have yet to have all that much of a response in the later stages of each round. The beginning has looked fairly good in each and every single position. They've started to aggress into the site, they've started to push forward. I believe the main caveat to that conversation may be earlier on in round 7, where Matcha found the double across onto Maple and Beezer, but even then, later on, they were still in the round conversation. Rounds 8 and 9, especially so, but they just haven't found the late round kills, and the communication again just has not been there, at least not consistently enough to take down UTSA, who is quickly making decisions that are benefiting them in each and every engagement, especially, and I'm going to say especially one more time just to make sure you get the point on this one, when Fisher College drop numbers or are overly spread out.
For Fisher College, more specifically, where their opponents were playing at, it didn't give them any innate advantage for their clear. We saw a lot of people extending out of the bomb site, so that vertical that Fisher College gathered in the first not even minute of the round, it couldn't be utilized all too well to create that space. I talked about that could have been an advantage for Fisher College during their execute, but again, was not, because UTSA were not in the right position to be worked against by that vertical. And with nobody by Fisher College to help Maple, for example, dealing with those players over by Living Room and Library, it didn't allow anyone to close that gap comfortably, except for maybe in Laundry and Pantry, which both positions were keenly watched over by UTSA. So again, there was just no spearhead that could be deployed properly by Fisher College, despite having every default part of that attack done correctly. They got the opening gunfight as a win by Maple. They got vertical down. They were setting up for an execute in multiple angles. It's just UTSA, they were anticipating that, and they weren't really being budged away despite having that man disadvantage.
Maple trying to gain the information, and again, these red stairs are occupied, this time by Matcha on their line. Rather than attempting to flank, will instead become the position they flanked prior. Odd position for that Selma. I think at most they want to try and create a possible nade hole to go towards red, but they have to clear out so much utility from that position first, notably just the magnets that are set up around the landing. It's so difficult to consistently get those through. Magnet through, as are now 3 flashbangs. A follow-up nade may be able to find the kill, but no, it's been red. Matcha is able to back away with their life, get down to the bottom of red, rather than the second floor landing of it, and make it out with their life for the time being.
And for Fisher, they didn't take that risk of having anyone play in the middle floor as well, so at least for them, they're not going to lose that opening engagement, but they have wasted all their grenades on red stairs, a position that's no longer being held even for UTSA, just to get into 90, which is going to require more utility for them to use. Do they even have enough to get that vault wall opened up? They might not. Beezer needs to try to get jiggy with these Ash charges and maybe go for vertical, perhaps. This is a really tough spot for Fisher College. They just don't have a lot to really work with here in this position, especially having to utilize Selmas to maybe break that shield, which even then, they haven't accomplished that either.
No, and the main issue around that is you can just shoot the Selma off the shield if you have the line of sight, or, in some cases, there's an ADS between you and the shield you've yet to burn away because you've run out of utility burn. The extent of projectile utility remaining for the attacking side consists of 3 air jabs and what was the singular Ash charge left on Beezer. That has now been taken away by Matcha. Follow-up by Messiah, drops the hard breach of the ace. Yali is taken care of, and it's down to 3 players on the Fisher College side to prevent them from going up against map point fairly early, and earlier than anybody thought they'd go up against. Now down to 2, both occupying the 90 side. Cappy now occupying the 90 window. Messiah wasting no time cleaning out the round. A headshot on a Cappy, a 3K for the Jaeger, and UTSA head on to map point.
And a really dire spot at that now for Fisher College. Sure, it's the map they weren't expecting to win, but going from a fairly default 4-2 half, now finding 0 success in the second half, definitely a major concern going into potentially the next map, so to speak, just in general play style not so much where we're actually playing. Timeout now being called by Fisher College. I think that's the right move to play. They know which 2 bomb sites are going to be selected by UTSA in those next couple of rounds, so they know what to prepare for and where UTSA might be setting up to get a better idea as to how exactly to challenge Fisher College. So not a bad call by them, but it might be a little too late, as again, it is still a match point for UTSA. In worst case scenario, they get overtime in the map, so it's not that big of a deal, it would seem.
Yeah, but still, OT is something that you don't want to risk. If you can carry momentum into your opponent's map pick, it's a big plus for you, especially when they start off on the attacking side, of which they just have not gotten. Maybe Fisher College could use a brief pick-me-up, or you could too, considering how late it is. Sometimes you need to go grab a coffee, maybe need the energy late at night to turn in some assignments. That was totally not me on Tuesday night. But if you do, run to Duncan. I know Fisher's in the general vicinity of Massachusetts, so go ahead to Dunkies if you please. But, I mean, I have Dunkin' gift cards out the wazoo that I love, and the coffee's pretty good, so recommend it.
Yeah, well, myself being a native New Englander can definitely confirm not only does NA Star League run on Duncan, so does a lot of people from where I'm from. Myself in particular as well. Not so much the coffee, but, you know, nice tea from time to time when I need to kind of break the stagnation. Definitely fits the void every now and then. Fisher College at a 2-round void, so to speak, and it seems like their moment of silence has now concluded. They go back into the actual game itself, where for UTSA, their lineup hasn't changed all too much for their defensive hold, but the saying does go, if it ain't broke,
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I think I've already said that thus far. I was mostly noting Fisher College's defense, but even then, hey,
their attack.
I believe that was actually specifically round 3 when they went to kitchen dining instead of library. I was hoping they went library later. And they ended up losing that round, by the way, so sometimes, if it ain't broke, you can still sometimes fix something, like Fisher College did on their defensive side to adjust to possible adjustments for UTSA. Maybe playing 4D chess on the defensive side when you don't have the benefit of a tap and repick. The big note for UTSA is just keep consistency going. They've thus far won 4 straight rounds, looking to close out the map on Trophy Statuary or Kitchen Dining. If they lose here, you'd expect them to go to the ladder. I think Fisher College is still in this, but they're just keeping the exact same compositions on the attack and not changing all that much about their setups. I'm not a fan, and I'd like to see a few adjustments, maybe if not operators, positional-wise, and that just hasn't come through just yet.
I would absolutely agree on the positioning part, because Fisher College, their lineup, I've talked about verticality a lot for this game. It makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of self-destruction in not just Siege itself, but Villa more specifically. I really do feel like if there was proper info here for Fisher College, if they just get maybe 1 or 2 people roaming underneath and utilizing the Ash charges to break deployable shields without wasting secondary EMPs or flashes by Yali, or if they just, you know, bring out the frags and just use them to kill people underneath, that would be the major, you know, spearhead, the major opening to find Fisher College so they can just transition that momentum throughout the rest of the round. We haven't really seen that by the attack whatsoever in this second half. But now Fisher College, they have 2 people playing underneath, looking to maybe find one of those previously mentioned openers, and there it is. Beans was trying to get a bit cheeky, having that double sight line opened up with his own shotgun, but Beezer being in the right place at the right time, he punishes the smoke for being a bit too aggressive, and that's now one of your main stall operators just completely gone, dead to rights.
The big difference from Fisher College prior, by the way. I've been talking about them having fairly good starts to rounds, but that's been about their real estate control and their roam clearance that they've been fairly decisive in fully removing. The main issues have been fragging and getting onto sites. At least you've opened things up with an opening frag. The other note around that is it's the smoke most importantly. These are still trying to clear out some verticality, will open a line of sight, unfortunately not one they can find a frag off of, but still looking to play aggressive. Hopping on a drone, that's a sound cue that could be worked off of by this defensive side. You can see the Jaeger walking out, but this drone should see them backing away. It does indeed, and there's now actionable intel for the attacking half.
And they have his rotate stopped as well. This guy by Ashra Stairs should theoretically either be forced away in a bad spot, or they should die / be forced to take another 50-50 gunfight. So realistically, Fisher College could maybe net this 5-on-3, but That's one of the options I mentioned, just taking a 50-50 gunfight, and that coin flip favors Matcha as he was pre-firing and giving it really his all in that passionate position. There's Rogue with the trade. Now they've got control of Astro's staircase, and Cappy as well wins their 1-for-1 against Messiah, who's been a major impact player in the late round, but Goat, acknowledging how important Astro is for the offense, is looking to retake that position, but Maple will stop them dead in their tracks, forcing Strident to retake from that same location, and Maple once again is there to greet him. Fisher College will try to close the gap a little bit more, but San Antonio, they only need one more round win.
Very close to dying, actually, Maple was. They accidentally walked into the Syria gate, and the Mark 14 doesn't take all that much to take you out. It's a little bit more than it used to be because of the DMR nerfs that came through, forever and a day ago. But Fisher College are still in this. I did note the fact that UTSA would probably pull a Fisher College, lose the second to last round of the half, and then decide to go dining kitchen. If history was to repeat itself, it would be UTSA to win this round and complete the exact same success level of Fisher College in terms of each and every one of their sites, just in a little bit of a different order. It would be a 4-2 split. They would have lost Trophy Statuary one time and Kitchen Dining one time. I think they want to try something similar, because if they can be in this pretty good position, well, that means Fisher College are able to head to OT.
And as well, the 7-5 prediction I had made, albeit it was favoring Fisher College, if UTSA were to win that major point would still be correct, off the same thought process of just keeping a general solid lineup and making sure you're not necessarily adapting, but just being able to react and process what your opponent is doing. Besides that round, we have seen UTSA being very well coordinated in terms of being able to stop what Fisher College are trying to get through, not in the first initial minute or so of the round, but closer towards the mid and end game positions where Fisher College have already done a lot of the heavy lifting to get that map control, burn utility like their grenades and flashes, maybe have a couple of drones pop by either some mute jammers or Mozzie pests or just, bullets. That works too for most people. But waiting for that stagnation to kind of go away and then set up into the secondary half of the action phase, that's where UTSA really finds their stride, or stride in, pun intended there, to just work the opening kill and really push away Fisher College from getting anything accomplished past what they did in the first minute. And now for Dining Room, that could be accomplished once again just because of how much of the map you can work with here for the defensive side. But Fisher College, again, they're a team that is known to adapt on the fly, so maybe they'll have a better understanding heading in around 12, since they were expecting this site, I would assume.
Viewjammer finds those X-Kairos pellets. That means it doesn't have to be shot out by Beans, who's sitting inside of the pantry. Drone thrown in, but not shot out just yet. It doesn't seem like they want to fully back away. Nade thrown forward, but they have now retreated out of position and stayed alive for the time being. So UTSA keep what could be an advantage and now gain one. As the Nook of Beezer falls, 14 kills total. 2 in the second half as a whole. Will it cost the team?
Most definitely could. Having that lurk potential late round is always something that can fear a lot of defensive teams when they are really forced to stop the main point of the attack. If there's something exponential thrown into the mix like a Nook where you can't get any info when they've got such a good gun and good secondary utility, it causes so much chaos. And now Beezer, well, he's just stuck cycling through cams, making sure no one tries to flank in the late round perhaps. But UTSA, they don't need to get that aggressive. They've already worked that man advantage and still have a majority of the map in their back pocket. It's only the top floor that's really been in control for Fisher College. But again, we've seen them with this control in the past. It has accomplished them nothing last time the site was in play. So again, if UTSA, if they can just keep structured and I guess play for trade, since they already have that man advantage, they should be sitting pretty.
Main difference this time around is UTSA with a man advantage rather than disadvantage, as the action phase kicks underway, and Fisher College looks to progress onto the site specifically. The mute jammers will play no further part in the round, as they've been dealt with fairly quickly by well-placed impact EMPs. Maple down to about 25 HP, a nade prep down, but it doesn't find anything. Goat People does, however, across onto Maple, who was already low, and is now taken out of the fight and the round as a whole. An attempted prep of the defuse by Yali, but it's really not going to mean all that much in a 1 versus 5. UTSA do indeed repeat what they tried before, that being in the semifinals against Columbia College, with a win-by-2 scenario and a 7-5 victory this time around in regulation compared to the 8-6 that they found twice over in those semis.
And I guess the big difference there from Dining Room that we just saw compared to the last time it was in play by UTSA on their defensive half was there was absolutely no pressure being put on that first floor by any attacker. Last time for round number 12, Beezer had attempted that, but with UTSA understanding how much value they get from still holding Living Room and Library in the late round, they were expecting someone to maybe adapt and, again, try to maybe get a bit more aggressive in that location. So when it's a 2-on-1, simplistic, mathematics is going to be like, okay, the 2-for-1's going to favor the people with the 1-person advantage, and that just so happened to be the defense. You lose your main X factor of that round, and like we had both mentioned during the round itself, it just plays out the same it did last time, where you're trying to find a way to convert in that first floor, but you have no genuine map control to help enable that. So for Fisher College in that one round more specifically, if they had someone to help assist Beezer, whether it be someone droning him or just another player, that could have been the case.
Well, differences need to come through for Fisher College, ever so close this time around, but just not quite. They fail to reach OT and fail to pick up map number 1. But positive note for them, map number 2 is their decision. They choose Theme Park. We'll see how it goes for them when we come back from the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NACE Star League. My name is Phil, joined here by Time to Light once again. We had an incredibly competitive map number 1, especially with how well UTSA actually played on their defensive half of Villa, their map selection. That grants them technically series point with the map advantage 1-0 heading into Theme Park, but Fisher College, there are definitely no slouches here on this map, being a personal preference of them throughout the entirety of the fall season. So going into this, map 3 definitely looks to be on the horizon there.
Yeah, the only team that has really been able to oust Fisher on this map is Kettering, of whom is in the varsity finals on LAN on Sunday. By the way, go watch that. Twitch.tv/NACE Star League. That guy over there is going to be casting it. I'll be busy doing something else, but he's pretty cool. And it's like 1 p.m. or something on Sunday, so highly recommend that. Game 2 now kicking underway, though. As he mentioned, it is indeed Theme Park, a staple map, especially later on in this semester for Fisher. They practiced it a whole lot through regular seasons and were able to drill down most of their strats. The one issue, just like it has right there back on Villa, has been inside of late rounds finding kills when you need them. Now, that hasn't been entirely an issue for the full team. Of course, Beezer's been able to frag out here and there, but just like I mentioned back in the second half of the previous map, Beezer found 2 kills, but 12 on the defense.
All depends on how much momentum can really be built up in the early round, like you had actually brought up too. So Fisher College, especially starting out on the attacking half, could be a bit of a good omen, perhaps, Dan.
Well, into Theme Park, the comfortability for Fisher has to play forward, and maybe you could feel a little bit more confident, comfortable, and supported using a Mavix gaming chair. Of course, they have just about every type of ergonomic chair you could be looking for. Fisher College could probably use a few right now, especially down a map into their own map pick, but they're going around comfortable map bans. OSA banned out a second time around. Nook removed by UTSA. I'm a little surprised about the Nook, but I can't say it's completely out of the blue.
This is one of our best maps, and when Fisher College got desperate, when they needed the most impactful round being on the 12th, Beezer did opt to go that operator in particular, so doesn't really surprise me that UTSA want to ban her. And also just general grenade spam. If Fisher College cannot accomplish much with, 2 sets of grenades, then they might be in big trouble if one of the only operators that still has grenades is not available. But, big caveat now, Flores will be available. I think he was actually banned last map on Villa. So that could be something to help Fisher College save those grenades for the late round to also not only have more utility, but find some kills, which has been an issue for them in the late round. So not a bad trade-off, but in terms of personal preference, if Fisher College wanted to bring the Nook on one of her best maps, they can't now, unfortunately.
No, and the large scale of theme really favors the Nook, but the changes between the two maps in terms of bans are the Flores now being favored over top of the Nook. Well, I suppose the opposite this time around, considering it is the larger of the two maps. Nook, of course, being banned out by UTSA, and they also switch out one of the defensive bans. That, of course, being what would have been the Azami that they actually banned themselves in map number 1. This time is decided on the Mira. Now, that decision I'm not a huge fan of because of how favorable Fisher look when bringing the Azami/Alibi combo. Even the Aruni we see from them every so often. So those 3 operators, honestly, if you could ban any of those, I'd favor you, but Mira hasn't seemingly been a strat that's been held from Fisher, whether she's enabled or disabled or banned or unbanned, yet still taken away by UTSA, but we'll take a step away from bans and see what's actually being played, that being the Japanese op of Echo, courtesy of Goat People. Also, the Vulcan canisters, wielded by Goyo thanks to Matcha. 2 of the notable ones on the defensive side, Mute, Wamai, Jaeger, all pretty stable picks.
And there was that last second readjustment onto a Flores. Funny enough, besides that, you also have the Thatcher EMPs and secondary EMPs as well by Cappy and Robe, respectively. So, although you only have 1 set of grenades, there isn't going to be a lot of utility to actually stop those grenades from really packing a punch, unless Fisher College, royally botch their timing of utility spam. But even if they misinput a little bit, you've got so much reassurance. You've got 4 Rotero drones and 5 EMPs. you'd really have to have a degree in like just messing up purposefully to actually not have this clear work out, or you're just not in the right place at the right time. But for Fisher College, almost all of them are starting off at Cafe Balcony, so I really could imagine this Cafe Overclear should go off, no strings attached.
You know, I was talking to the esports director at Fisher College, happens to be a caster, and looking through the majors they offer, messing up is not one of them. So Fisher College should be pretty good into this round, especially considering how really objective-based their clears are. They're very detail-oriented when it comes down to clearing out of your own and clearing out utility. Now, that was the case back in map number 1, and they were successful in that feat. The main difference and issue for them was finding kills. Beezer trying to remedy that now. Drops down a Rotero drone, looking to do something with it, and open up a possible rotate, does so, and a kill courtesy of Maple with an aid drops Strident, so that utility dump from the attacking side, the EMPs come through, at least, well, the utility clear comes through, the EMP still available, and the opening kill goes through.
The passive line scan as well to make sure no one can get aggressive and actually swing to work a refrag. That 5-on-4 is now fully confirmed here for Fisher College. They only have a minute left to go, but they are knocking on the doorstep of the bomb site. And again, they still have tons of utility to just push away UTSA. They've got loads of EMPs to burn away those ADSs and magnets, which would make a lot of those safe havens now turn to nightmares for the defense. And they've got those Rotero drones, but Messiah refuses to move whatsoever, except when to take a gunfight. He racks up 2 separate kills, and now that leaves Cappy in a 1vx, and they're caught in a really bad crossfire. Messiah cleans up the job and fully taking care of business here on round 1.
Messiah was very decisive in that engagement as well. They threw the magnet through the rotate created, or at least the murder hole created on that was left side of the breach for the defender, and then immediately re-swung off the back of that pre-placed Rotero drone just to get aggressive and possibly throw off the timing of Fisher College. It worked out not only to catch Beezer, but in order to drop later on Road on that Thatcher, and then even while the EE1DUs popped and the continuous pings were coming through, courtesy of Cappy, she was in that 1v3, 1v4, and there's not all that much you can do, especially in that really definitive crossfire that UTSA held down, and you could see Messiah did not want to give up any semblance of control, and just decided, well, I'm going to be pinged, but I have my teammate who's still taking the attention. I should be able to find a free kill, and did, with a 3-kill.
Attackers have discovered the location.
Well, now moving over to the parallel bomb site of Initiation Office. If we continue to see those same minute issues by Fisher College, we might end up seeing a rather flawless defensive half for UTSA, as there isn't much you're going to actually change for defending either Initiation or Bunkin Daycare. You want to extend a little bit into both cache/control alongside, you know, the cafe hallway, just to make sure that the 2 main focal points that the attacking side can start from are at least going to be checked a little bit by UTSA, and they can just burn a bit of time and some resources, maybe a couple light drones getting destroyed, a kill or 2 depending on how aggressive you can get without being pushed away, etc., etc. So for Fisher College, now starting their attack over on the cache side of the map, it's not going to be too much of a concern, even though you have some defenders that aren't too close by that location, because a call can be made, and it's not going to take too long to rotate to caching control, because the bomb site is just right next to those 2 locations.
Difference that UTSA has been at is not going down to Throne Armory first or even second. It's usually a primary or secondary bomb site for most teams, but having that as a late tertiary bomb site selection honestly should favor UTSA, considering how many different strats are employable on that site specifically. It'll allow them a little bit more flexibility, especially later on in the half, whether it's round 3 or round 6, or sometimes even earlier, depending on rounds 1 or loss, and something that Fisher College may not be ready for. If they have some back-end strats that Fisher College haven't correctly reviewed, you're in a little bit of a problem scenario, because Fisher on Villa wasn't able to tear apart many of the defenses, and thus far have lost, at this point, 6 of 7 attacking rounds between the 2 maps.
Fisher College just fully entering the building as of about now, give or take some extra time, and looking to gather a bit of info before fully committing to that attacking clear over by the control side of the map. There goes the opening gunfight the way of Beezer. He rips through at least Beans' HP with that F2, and Matcha almost meets the same fate, but is able to at least get back into initiation to maybe stave off that attack, more specifically on this eastern front of the map for Fisher College. But at least there is some sort of trade eventually found by UTSA, but it's not lived for much longer than just a couple seconds, a quick breath or two, as Beezer finds another kill on the Twitch roll, and Fisher College still having that man advantage. Definitely look good trying to poke and at least enter their way into the bomb site, but there is still a plethora of utility to keep them at bay.
The Vulcan canister being broken, but it's Beezer just walking straight through. Messiah does find the refrag, the two titans between the teams meeting, and Messiah coming out on top of the engagement, but still more kills to find. Finds another, looking to swing once more across towards control, and does so, dropping Cappy as they vault forward. It's Robe in a 1 versus 2. On the Thatcher will be dropped by Goat People, long range from the office door, and that initiation. Rotate. UTSA. Both top floor sites go their way, and Fisher College, again, in late round engagements, cannot win the gunfights.
Yeah, it just seemed to me for Fisher that it really just nothing was connecting properly on that attack because of how much utility UTSA still had for the defensive hold. So sure, they had a 4-on-2, but the important players that were still alive, like Messiah, he's got all these keeper barriers to make sure no one can kill him from waiting room or even by cash. So he can just focus all of his attention onto that control entryway since there's no one rotating over by bunk or across that entire map near yellow itself. And the biggest concern for me, Dan, is those rounds just felt like feeler rounds for UTSA. You know, they went bunk and daycare round 1. They were like, you know what, it's whatever. It's bunk and daycare. We expect to lose this bomb site. Let's go here and see what happens. And Fisher College just botched their attack. And the same thing goes down on Office as well. So heading into Throne and Armory, this is really nightmarish for Fisher College during the tech pause.
Speaking of the tech pause, we have a sec to talk about something that's maybe a little bit outside the game, and always a conversation that's important to bring up. With BetterHelp, you can scan the QR code on your screen and use code 0B1D8 and get more support. No matter what kind of support you need, a lot of the times it's just somebody to talk to. You can use this code and get a percentage off your price through, and somebody to assist. Of course, always somebody to talk to, whether you go to BetterHelp, friends, family, what have you. Talk to somebody, because everybody could use some BetterHelp.
Especially in the holiday season, one of the most stressful times for anybody. So I would second that.
I love and hate the holiday season.
It's always a double-edged sword. Don't even get me started when the family's all in one house. That's just, I think everyone can relate to that one sentence. I don't need to elaborate, so I'm not going to. I'm going to have to not do that until we get to the proper holiday season itself on that fateful day. Fisher College, once this tech pause, of course, elapses, they'll meet that fateful bomb site of Armory and Throne. I think the biggest concern for them, again, is just not really diversifying a lot on their attacks. I feel like we saw that issue on Villa before they took their technical pause, and they did clean things up to a pretty good extent, at least winning one of the 2 rounds that were still left in map 1. But off the bat, they're already missing out on the basics of what you can accomplish with this map being pretty big and just open for a good chunk of time. No one's trying to lurk up yellow stairs. No one's going around from either cafe or arcade side of the map, even break room, for example, too, which you could get control of quite easily because it's so close to the outside of the map. No one is trying that. Everyone is pushing in from control and maybe one guy from top dragon, then moving into waiting hallway perhaps with a keeper barrier looking right at him. So again, the lack of map control and what Fisher College is setting up for in the mid to late round, that is what is causing them issues against UTSA, because they just have to hold 2 or 3 locations, and that's wraps. There's nothing much else that Fisher College can do to actually take out those positions. And funny enough, that was the same problem that UTSA had on their attacking half, but they just played the better defensive half, which is what got them round or map 1 as a victory. And depending on how the rest of this first half goes, we might just see history repeat itself.
Speaking of wraps, by the way. That's a wrap on our tech pause. Cappy's right back underway. We saw ours in chat. We're just making sure everybody's squared away before we kick things back underway. As you mentioned, Armory Throne. Now, I'm at another double-edged sword. The one is the fact that UTSA are heading on to the statistically most defender-favored bomb site on Theme Park. The other, it's also the most practiced by just about every attacking squad in the game because of how often it's played. So the problem really arises for UTSA, considering this is their tertiary bomb site. They may not have been as confident on the bottom floor as they were on the top. We saw how good they were up there. Does that carry over when Fisher College have a little bit more practice through?
I'd probably say so. Unless Fisher College, I don't know, let's say UTSA are going to have a very heavy extension. If Fisher College were to rush, but UTSA, they look like they're actually wanting to bunker on Armory and Throne, so that wouldn't even work for them. What might give Fisher College the green light to get this round win is because of that more bunker-styled play for this site, that they might get a lot of map control for free, and vertical is much more potent on this bomb site than any of the other objective rooms, except for maybe Lab, but some teams don't even play that bomb site. So if Fisher College can get that vertical at a good chunk of time and actually push away a lot of those anchor players, then maybe we see a resurgence by them. But still, getting a 4-2 half favoring the defensive side for Theme Park, it's a bit iffy, that's for sure.
4-2 and 3-3 are about standard. And sometimes you see 5-1, but even then, not really the case, at least in games that you would expect to go to OT. Between two even teams that we've really seen between these two squads, both defender favored, certainly on Villa, it's what you'd expect about that 4-2 scoreline. I'm going to say maybe if UTSA picks this one up, we're looking at more likely towards 5-1, and you mentioned it earlier on in the half, possibly flawless, but it's really down to Fisher College to adjust. And even into this second map, we haven't seen them do so. The real issue has been late round gunfights and clearing from multiple angles, making sure that UTSA have to look in multiple directions to take multiple fights at the same time. They really haven't been forced in a lot of those situations. I'll pull you back to round number 1, if you all are curious, where they just casually decided, oh hey, Messiah, you're gonna go kill, and then decided to tell Messiah to do the exact same thing in the following round, where Messiah only had to look in 1 or 2 directions, the first of which being cafe/arcade, the second being a cross in towards initiation through the security rotate. 3 players walked into the line of sight, technically 4, but the 4th kill was stolen away.
And with UTSA doing the bare minimum on this roam extension, more or less playing to fall back and just cause a bit of fake chaos, if Fisher College don't realize that and waste a lot of time on the top floor, their execute is going to be really choppy because, again, how much UTSA have prepared for that execute phase of the matchup. If every roamer can fall back, hold more of a lurking position, and just cause a bit of extra damage in the light round, that's going to go a long way. But Beezer catches Strider before he can fully escape his clutches, so that is the opening kill for Fisher College, and at the same time, they get the yellow wall opened up as well. So for right now, Fisher College, they're in a pretty good spot, but finding 1 or 2 more kills, or at least getting a bit more map control on that top floor, will be exactly what they need before they can finally make that call and get into the bomb site instead of just opening up angles for them to use in the late round.
Kelly able to get that exit down, open up a walkway through the backside of Throne. But the reposition is there for Give Me Your Beans, so safe for the time being with the FMG9 in their back pocket. Usually the M590 is the favored primary weapon for smoke players. This time instead it's the SMG, which is favored by Nook, of whom is banned for this map alone. Maple gets a follow-up frag onto Messiah, and Yali avoids the toxic phase, so no asphyxiation damage, for the time being, for that Thermite. Decent nade through towards Goat People will get them down about 20 HP, but here come Fisher College, needing to converge onto the site, and finally we see them do so from multiple different angles. Mach is forced outside of the site, trying to retake from behind to try to do so onto the diffuser, maybe given the opportunity, but Rogue from the yellow stairs will recuperate Fisher College's losses and bring it to a 2-1 scoreline. The hero of the round with 2 seconds left, but ever so close for UTSA when they should have had no shot on that one.
And thankfully, with Robe not over-committing to that hatch, that still gave him enough time to drop down yellow and kill the flanking Mute. Man, that was too close for comfort there by Fisher College, and by the skin of their teeth, they get a technical tertiary round win on the most favorable bomb site for UTSA on their half. Man, you just cannot make that up. And Fisher College, with the time management just being a bit lackadaisical, if it weren't for Yali actually starting that attacking campaign from the first floor, that could have been a major concern for them when setting up that execute, as a lot of those openings in not only the hatches, but having both maintenance and yellow exposed for the defenders, that did net a lot of kills for Fisher College to have more leeway when entering the bomb site. So they had some wiggle room against Macho when he tried to go big or go home.
2 different notes on that one. There was 0.8 seconds between Fisher College and getting that diffuser down, and then 2.1 seconds between Fisher College and losing the round to the clutch from behind, at least the attempted one from Amasha. One much closer than the other, but still a round win for Falcons. I don't think that should have been as close as it was. It was a 4v1 from a 4v3 prior with one player low and very little defensive utility remaining. But the main benefit towards UTSA there is that they keep Fisher on their toes. If you win that a 4v1 in a clean fashion, you give Fisher momentum and confidence, a scary combination when you have Yali and Beezer on the same team, not to mention Maple, Cappy, and Robe, who have been consistent as ever through this Premier season, and, most importantly, through the playoffs, when they've continually won.
40 seconds burned away. Fisher College still looking to see where the best point of attack could be for them. Seems like having the help of these Rotero drones, they're going to at least get a good chunk of that utility taken care of over on the cafe side of the map. And this time, they actually have someone playing underneath as well. They're going to have someone actually walking up yellow to help deal with Beezer's, counterpoints that UTSA might have against him. Also, there was a guy on the top hatch. I believe that was Robe putting down a breaching charge for that top area. So at least a couple of positions can be held by Fisher College, but still just trying to finalize and get a bit more info before making that final call. It's the right thing to do since they still have plenty of time to kill because they're going direct.
I have deja vu, and I don't like it. Beezer has opened up that rotate for a second round on this specific site in a row. Has also cleared up the yokai, so there's a lack of information now for the defensive side that they may have been relying on. Rotero drone going in should be shot out, but will actually land onto the general vicinity of that Goyo, of who was forced forward, but nobody was directly watching him. Maple, however, from the bottom of main stairs will be able to find the kill. A return is there, so Yali will play no further part in the round. The hard breach is gone, but so is the fragging power of the defensive side. Beezer a double, looking for a third. Goat people low, goat people dead. A double for Maple as well, as both the main fraggers on this Fisher College side frag out when required, and Gimme Your Beans stuck between a rock, a hard place, and some fire courtesy of those Goyo canisters. Maple is down, but I don't think they know Cappy's in the back corner of the site. The swing from Cappy and the kill from the Lion gives Fisher a tied up scoreline.
And it wasn't just like 3 people pushing in from Cafe. No, that was an actual round played like a team should be playing from the get-go. You had people from the bottom floor. You had a guy on the hatch. You had info with the drones, line scans, and Roteros. You were trying to get multiple people focusing on one guy, more specifically Matcha, because the Rotero drone forced him to get a bit more aggressive towards arcade stairs and the people by that windowsill. So that was significantly better by Fisher College, by far. That was an entire leap in terms of round 1, comparing that to round number 4, what we just saw. Now they're looking like the team we've gone to know and love when it comes to them playing on Theme Park. And now UTSA, they're going to have to get back and rile up a bit more. As Fisher College, they're looking to really play here on their map pick, it seems.
Bomb located by attackers.
Odd decision, by the way, for UTSA at this point. Instead of going back to Initiation Office, of which wasn't the cleanest of round victories, but was still a pretty good one, Messiah finding a triple on both questions 1 and 2, you'd expect them to at least go back to what has worked 100% of the time, rather than 50% of the time, but maybe they know what has now not worked. If they have that response, then I understand this, but you have the exact same operator line. One thing I don't like about this, the second, is the fact that Messiah has gone from finding 6 kills in the first 2 rounds to finding 6 kills in the first 4 rounds. Not much has changed in the previous 7 to 8 minutes of play.
Fisher College looking to do this time? I'm not too sure. It looked from the beginning maybe a cash over clear. That will be confirmed now by Fisher College. I was going to say, are they going to try to go for more of like a bottom to top clear, perhaps with the help of the Jackal? That would have been interesting. But again, with Bunk and Daycare being reattempted, it'd be a bit more of a giveaway if Fisher College were to try and reattempt what they just did basically not even a minute or two ago. So trying to play directly in this extension done by UTSA, not the worst idea, but with there being, again, Goyo packs, multiple ADS and magnets, it is going to be a lengthy process to get all these gadgets removed, unless they're in close proximity to either of these EMPs, primary or secondary ones at that too.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Putting down... Oh, that's an unfortunate... Final EMP actually already utilized for Rogue, but at a bare minimum, they do the wall as required. Yeah, let's drag out the backside of that initiation island, but Strident swings when Yali may not have been expecting it and drops her. So again, the hard breach down early for Fisher College, and they, again, don't seem to have an immediate response for it.
Can't really find a way to push back Strident at all, so it might just be another one-for-one confrontation that Strident is anticipating from this location. Matcha as well, sure, he's lost a bit of HP, but he's still holding the other angles that Strident would have to worry about. So as long as he's alive, it's not a big concern. There's beams as well, a direct trade onto that Jackal. Matcha swings for one and connects with a headshot, and Maple finally kills the Jaeger that has just stalled so much away from the pockets of Fisher College. It might not matter that they have control of initiation and offices now, because it's still a 2v3, and UTSA, even as I say that, they still have office control, so to speak, so it's only initiation of Fisher College with no case control at that. They have to recover it.
Ooh, if that ADS was taken out, that nade may have landed. Goat People has a yokai in the drone hole for prep, so I don't know if the whereabouts of Maple are directly known, but at least the inkling as to their position is for sure there. The first of two Vulcan canisters on the connector door is broken. With 20 seconds of efficacy per, they're in a pretty good spot on this defensive side in terms of utility usage and now time. 25 seconds for Fisher College to initiate. Final charge to try to go in, but that just bleeds. Here I am. Rogue will swing forward and swing to their death. Matcha finds the kill, and UTSA swing their 2-round drought off the back of a swing from Matcha.
And it's really tough to try to say what exactly Fisher College could do better on that placement of an attack, because it seems almost natural that you're going to end up funneling yourself when you can only push in from pretty much maybe like waiting / cache and then control room. There aren't a lot of angles that can help aid you that aren't just walking down one of those two main hallways I had previously mentioned, except maybe getting a guy in the break window and having some hard bridges to open up an angle from that wall to have a cutoff. But again, you still have to force someone to actually play into control to deal with the guy initiation, to want him to force back and not just keep control of initiation. So the best option there maybe for Fisher College would either be bring more utility to help force away UTSA, or just not go there. Because again, the biggest concerns that Fisher College have been receiving so far in this first half is general map control. So when you are forcing yourself to only have two options altogether, you're just setting yourself up for failure. So for Fisher College, hopefully they don't make the same mistake essentially for a third time, because that round wasn't the only time we've seen them try to push in from just cache and control essentially.
What, you're telling me we've seen something like that before in terms of
when
Fisher
this site
College
was in
pushing
play, yeah. Shocking, I know.
Like,
it's crazy.
This shocking prospect, much less threat there for Fisher, but one they still have to deal with. And final round of the half, honestly, I favor them this round. I'm going to say it, I'm going to stick by it, and it's entirely possible I'm wrong, but UTSA have shown a little bit too much hesitancy over the last 2 rounds in particular. Round 3 looked fairly good for them, especially later on, but it just came down to the unfortunate lack of a clutch from Matcha as the threat line. Rogue's current only kill, by the way, was to save a round, and hey, you find important kills when the team needs them. That's when you can flourish, but Beezer on Dope Heavy. First time they are not on an automatic weapon thus far in the series. Surprising.
Say, bit of extra information, and I guess more utility if you can set up a post plant. Initiation offices is not a very threatening site to get down that diffuser, so I don't really hate flirting with the idea of having some smokes and getting that kind of set up in accomplished. But for that, the mid-round has to go pretty well, which again, that's been a really big concern for Fisher College throughout their entire best of 3 tonight against UTSA, so they really have to start out firing in all cylinders if they want to even get that position prepared for them heading into that final minute or so of the round. Logic bomb deployed, and so is Beezer into the building as he just rips away Matcha's skull from the rest of his body. There goes one of the main roamers off the board, so a pretty good start here for Fisher, but job's not done just yet. Now it is.
An immediate refrag though. Strident able to take Beezer out, eliminating the result they had to more effect than not. Matcha got a little bit over aggressive there after being scanned out by the E1D. As soon as you get that continuous ping in general whereabouts, you have to either A, back away, or B, get completely aggressive in a completely different part of the map. And neither of those two were the case. So the kill goes Fisher's way. And they also open up the main initiation wall, looking to get aggressive towards the Jaeger, of whom is playing behind a Kiba barrier in the back corner of initiation. Gemini Replicator looking to find that information, but it's shot out before it's even seeing anything. So, possible advantage. 1-for-1 trade though, Maple finds the refrag, and Yali falls, but Yali...
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
And Maple has to wait for Rogue now for the coverage as Yali just died. That might be the bigger issue, but no. Just kidding. Cappy's actually there, but no, the timing! Beans with both of them, and they know where Rogue is. They have info. What a cleanup by UTSA. The caster's curse against Fisher, and the round win for UTSA. Oh, what an unfortunate round there. Small technical issue, but it happens. And a 4-2 split going the way of, it seemed, the underdogs for the second map, but Fisher College just seeming to not get the timing down fully up to snuff there for that last second attack. Big issue you tend to see from time to time with teams just starting out on one side of the map is if you're not able to get those hatches opened up at a proper time, Robe more specifically, that's going to give some very vital audio information for UTSA if there's one less player available for the main push, and if they're setting up for an external angle towards the latter end of the round. And that did kind of give UTSA a lot more wiggle room to actually work around and get that final secure, not only for the two people playing in the bomb site initiation, but getting that last kill as well when Robe was basically on an island inside the control room. Now Fisher College are looking to hopefully bounce back, but they would need a really solid second half to break even with just that regular 4-2 split. And their defensive half, sure, it looked pretty decent on Villa, but for Theme Park, it's a whole nother can of worms. We have seen Beezer more specifically popping off even better on that defensive side as well. Already racking up 9 kills in the first half, so maybe we'll see a 20 bomb perhaps for Beezer. I know that was mentioned a bit, teased perhaps by Twitch chat, but haven't seen it just yet. Unless you're counting both maps all in one sitting, then you could have give that to Beezer by default. But so far, no initial 20 bomb.
Hopefully I've returned. Apologies for
Fingers crossed.
Technical difficulties. Mild issue with firewalls, I think, but we've gotten it sorted out. Massive thank you to production in the background for keeping me underway. But, you know, welcome to dorm internet. But we're still going, and I totally saw the end of that round. I totally also didn't freeze before it concluded. But Beans, now getting aggressive into the office showers, trying to play forward to clear this Cappy defense off of rotate. Still an odd position for them to be in, but UTSA's attack, clearing this more often than not, I think favors them.
Also, as well, I mentioned Rope for a bit of time earlier. See how impactful he can be now, as he doesn't have to really coordinate as forcibly as you would in the attacking half. Moving on now to the defensive side for Theme Park. Nade tossed out, forces away the rest of those roamers on the top floor, and removes the shield in case somebody was still sitting by that area. UTSA now looking to get some vertical down as well. All things considered, this is pretty good pacing for the attack. And Messiah inadvertently dodges the Nitro Cell, so no one to die just yet. It's still the 5-on-5.
Bean's getting oddly aggressive as well across towards the bottom of yellow stairs, but it seems like UTSA is falling into a similar trap that we saw from the where it's fairly one-dimensional to open things up. This could cost them later on. Yeah, you can have one, maybe two main entries onto the site, but if they're not in completely different facets of the map, it allows Fisher to really tunnel vision and not do so in a way that could hurt them later on. C4 is ripped early. Possible fake of the walk forward. Beans is able to bait that out, so Cappy won't find anything, but Beezer, not so much. He's able to find the kill across on the Goat people, who did find the wall open, but nothing past that in the round.
Well, there's another kill found by Beezer. So far, the MX4 Storm being his lucky charm in both map 1 and 2. Robe and Maple as well, finding a couple of frags themselves too, just to join in on the fun and not give Beezer any more aces so far in this game. Messiah now in a 1v5. It's a lot left for him to try to actually achieve here with such minimal time, such minimal resources. Beezer for the cleanup, a triple kill for himself on the round, and a flawless bounce back by Fisher College so far in their second half. Hopefully they can keep it up.
Are we sure Beezer is of college age? There's no way somebody above the age of 18
he's like
has
my
that
age.
reaction time, right?
So yes, I think he's... That's a bit rude. You saying I have a bad reaction time?
No, somebody below the age of 18 has... I'm saying I have a bad reaction time. I wish I had his reaction time.
Oh yeah, you're also
that guy's nuts.
Yep, that's...
What would you think I was, 12?
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Don't answer
I'm
that.
not going to confirm nor deny.
Don't answer that.
I'm
Do
not,
answer
no
that,
comment,
John.
no comment.
Well, UTSA losing round 1 on the attack. I'm getting some deja vu for two different reasons. Number one, Fisher College have thrown a little bit less on their attacking side. They picked up 2 of the 6 rounds compared to 1 of the 6 in map 1. But the other note is the fact that their defense looked much better than their attacking half, and I think that's going to continue here. A, this is their map selection. B, it's the defensive side of Theme Park. And C, it's Fisher College. Those 3 things all combined into one. I'm not favoring UTSA for the rest of this half. I think we probably see this one end in regulation similar to that of Villa, and Oregon may very well be on the cards. The great equalizer could very well be upon us.
It's the holy trinity of NACE's best of 3s. What you fear most in the open division. All coming together in one big, I guess, triangle, since I said trinity. And it now gives you that potential of maybe another 7-5, but like you mentioned, is favoring Fisher College a little more. And again, that is to be expected. It's their map pick. 2-0s are not uncommon, but not as likely as just a regular 2-1 victory. But UTSA, they've got a couple rounds to bleed, so they're a bit more forgiving now to themselves. This could be something just to keep the ball rolling, perhaps, and not have Beezer continue to pop off with the MX4 Storm. Seeming like to do a cash over clear here for the offensive side, and so far no one here to immediately instigate that. But in a couple seconds, when they start pushing their way into both initiation and office, that of course will change.
When you talk about the lack of 2-0s, UTSA, their run through is a 2-0 victory over Windsor, a 2-1 victory over Central Florida, and 2-0 over Columbia College. But the way Beezer's playing, it's seemingly going to be a 2-1 victory for one of these teams. Fisher with a 2-1 over top of Esports Club at WMU in that quarterfinal, but it was 2-0 up against MSU in the round of 16. The semifinal, unfortunately, a forfeit against Minnesota. But overall, the runs for these teams have been fairly clinical. Not too many difficulties, but both of them have lost just a single map. But for Fisher College, it's a single map throughout the entirety of the season, considering the regular season is flawless.
Rotated over by UTSA, seeing that they're not getting much accomplished over on the cash side of the map. And now Fisher College, the question is, can they react in time to this rotation, or could they get caught with their pants down? So far, a bit of a stalemate between both teams as some nades get tossed out, maybe causing a bit more room to be made, a shield removed, so Yali's going to be a bit more exposed to that ace, looking away at just the wrong time. They get caught in a bad spot by Matcha as they continue to push forward. A double kill now at that AK-12 as the rest of their team continues to ascend upright, and now it's just down to Maple, and they fall the same way by the hand of Messiah. UTSA, a perfectly timed attack, as I guess I called it a bit too early. Fisher College, they weren't able to react in time against that play.
No, and Cappy had to look 2 different directions at the exact same time. I was talking about that as a kudos towards UTSA in map 1. They showed that a little bit more than Fisher College, picking up 2 rounds on that first half attack, and that's really what ended up being the difference when push came to shove later on. That may very well continue here on Theme Park. UTSA picking up the first of their required 2 rounds to, at minimum, send it to a possible OT. Fisher College, 1-1 thus far. Not greatest position to be in, but there's still time to recuperate, and they will go Bunk's daycare to do so. Did somebody just completely eliminate the possibility of consistently playing Armory Threat?
I guess so. I mean, to be fair, I talked about, funny enough, for BetterHelp, our sponsor. Thank you to them again. Not needed for that. But anyways, I talked about double-edged swords. You could say that for the most commonly picked bomb sites, Aviator and Games, a good example. You play that bomb site so many times as an attacker and defender, and you play that map so many times, it becomes just status quo. Like, you know what to do so well on that site, where it could be a little bit different when you see something like Dining Room and Kitchen, especially depending on how your opponent might want to either attack or defend it. So far, that might be the same thought process for both Fisher College and UTSA. They just know how Armory and Throne are going to be played, so they want to go more experimental bomb sites just to see what happens when they go there.
Hey, it's a grand final. We're playing for scholarship money. Let's see how this goes. I want to try something. I feel like that's probably the call for Fisher. Yali/Beezer just calming like, hey, I wonder what we would do if they responded with this, and just theory crafting. Because, you know, why not, right? Not something to be concerned about whatsoever. Messiah prepping a nade. There is the EMP to go long, but I don't know if the EMP pops in time. It does, as does Messiah's headshot. The L8 drops Yali. Unfortunate showing here on Theme. The jump through also drops that Frost Mat, having very little efficacy. And Messiah just free-firing every angle in the game, looking for the close corner. Cappy will find the refrag, but the question is it too little too late? The answer seemingly yes, as Robe has to retake in a 1v4 through connector.
Really challenging spot. Oh, the Frost Mat, though, a little bit better, I have to admit, for Robe, as he's now technically at a 1v3, significantly better than a 1-on-4, and they're not going to be able to pick up Beans. Really bad spot. Now it's a 1v2. Good rotate on a goat. No idea there was a guy by office. But now UTSA, they can solidify, despite now being in a 2v1, as they've got info as to where Robe could most likely approach from, more or less all down the yellow hallway, and somebody was watching that being the Amaru, but just narrowly Robe dodges the first time, but Stryden on the double swing connects the kill. UTSA match and series point.
The problem was they had a live drone sitting in a Frost Mat on the far side, not eliminated, so the continuous draw across was there. And unfortunately, no real response for the Fisher College defense leads to, you'll never believe it, yet another round victory for UTSA. They have reached match and series point to win the Open Premier Grand Finals here in R6. And you have to say, how'd they do it? The answer? Collapsing upon Fisher on the attacking side and just having that attacking diff in their favor.
And it seems to a degree, UTSA, they've got a bit of bookwork against their opponents at Fisher College. This, of course, is not the first time these two teams have crossed paths. Miggs, the coach of UTSA, brought it up in chat, so I'll shut him out for that one. They actually played Fisher in the regular season, and they only dropped a single map to UTSA. It was 2-1 for Fisher, but they actually improved a bit off the last time these two teams have actually crossed paths, and it seems to be doing the trick just fine, as UTSA, on the attacking half of Theme Park, have a 3-round advantage. And even the alibi buff for Beezer, even that's not enough to really slow down UTSA. This might just be the final nail in the coffin, Dan, but it is Armory and Throne, the site that Fisher College was definitely comfortable bringing out.
Especially on the defensive side. They were comfortable in the attack on this site. The main challenge now for UTSA is how do you shut Fisher out? They do not go away. They just hound you and hound you and hound you. I suppose, given the fact they're a Falcon, they just flock all over. I have no idea. I was trying to make some Aryan. But they're avian on that one. But it's still Fisher College in this. 3 rounds of defensive side consecutively on Theme Park is not unheard of, especially from Fisher, who's pitched many 7-1s, 7-2s, with the attacking side being the lesser of the two. I'm still thinking they're in this, but they've got to at least win the first.
Striden just double checking before he hops in through the break window. Not a bad idea, as you can be very vulnerable. Someone is playing close to you. Could be a very good isolation kill that Fisher College would need to set the right tempo. Garhook giving him a bit of trouble, but readjusting a bit now lets him inside the building. So there is good map control so far by UTSA, but the second half of the top floor is not completely free real estate just yet. There was still one more defender, but they now drop down, I believe, Dragon. So UTSA, they can now get that vertical down once again, but Messiah does have to be very careful as they are already under 50% of their health pool. So one decently tossed Nitrosil, not even a well-placed C4. That could be the final thing Messiah hears before being set on drugs.
Simultaneous problem coming back. Messiah now creating hard breaches down below, but knowing the fact that they're low in the C4, it is thrown, but it also misses because of how far Messiah was removed from that soft breach ability. A nade being prepped, that should land on the Yali, who's forced out of position and across from that center island. The reattempt forward, but Yali's unable to find the kill with the TCSG. The lack of an automatic weapon for the defensive side could cost them vertically, and UTSA completely surrounding the site, but they still have to get in, and with 40 seconds left, time's crunching, and Meeple finds the opener.
Major play by the Roamer, still over and gone. Matcha eventually there to get a bit of sweet revenge for their fallen comrade, but might be a little too late at this point. There just isn't a lot of time left here for UTSA to get into the bomb site effectively. Maybe that man advantage could help, though. Goat and Messiah playing off one another do score that kill onto the Cade, being the main facet to stop this attack from actually entering into the bomb site. And now Caffey might be that last bastion. Either that or maybe the alibi going on a major flank. This could be huge for Beezer. He's waiting over by bathroom, but there's somebody watching it. And now it's a 3 versus 2 retake position. Robe, sure, he finds one kill, but he's got to get his hands dirty in another 1vx position. And Matcha denies the clutch from even being an idea for the Jaeger. San Antonio, they're your winners today in the Open Division. They take the series 2-0. What a showing by them.
And the sportsmanship from Fisher in chat. They may be trash talkers to open things up, but it's GG's across the board, and notably congratulations to the University of Texas at San Antonio. They drop what seems to be the new monsters of collegiate as a monster themselves. The unknown variable seems to just be a W instead of X, Y, or Z, as they come in fresh face, but with a fresh new bit of cash in their pockets.
I definitely think the big question as well is who exactly we're going to be interviewing. You know, we've done a lot of players, actually, whole groups of players as well, but Miggs, you know, he's got a bit of public speaking under his belt. We might get a coach interview today for, you know, myself and you, Dan, which I'd probably be looking forward to a lot. I haven't talked to Miggs, I think, in like well over a year, so it'd be good to touch base again, see how he's been doing. Clearly better. They just, you know, won the Open Division, so I'm sure he'll have a lot to talk about and what exactly they went into in terms of preparing to actually get the upper hand against Fisher and not even drop a map against them. They now went flawless off of that, except for, you know, the one map loss they had in the playoffs and the other map loss that we talked about earlier because he mentioned it in chat. So we'll sweep those over.
I think the two caveats to this for Fisher is the fact that number one, they are still a very competitive team. By no means was this a blowout. It was a fairly close victory, but it was just later on in Theme Park where a surprising attacking bit of prowess came through for UTSA. You expect Fisher in those scenarios, going down 4-2, to at least bring it back to about 5-5. Usually you see them go 3-1 to open up a half, maybe drop their tertiary or secondary site, and then clean house on the rest. But that wasn't the case this time around, nor was it the case when they were playing on that attack back in map number 1. They just didn't have, I think, the team cohesion, a little bit of coordination, and a whole lot of communication to deal with the hounding that UTSA brought forward. There was basically a big red go button that I think Miggs had sitting on his desk, and as soon as he saw a few players walking around the back side and the site door open, just slammed it. And so did UTSA towards Fisher.
it wasn't exactly like you mentioned. It wasn't a lot of time wasting really. When everyone was ready, they didn't really just do all too much except get in there. Exactly. It's like a big red button is pressed and everyone knows what to do when they hear that sound going off from the button by MiGs. More specifically, the structure as well that they had on the defensive half, that was a major asset to them, especially on Villa. There were a lot of instances where Fisher would, again, they would try to make up for their sluggish opening and they would try to work a pick during the mid or late round, but UTSA, they already had that well covered, well thought of during the actual round itself. They were prepared and willing to take the gunfights that were about to happen. And most of the time, I think, in the second half of Villa, they were the ones winning those opening engagements on very important players like Beezer, like Maple and Cappy, just people who have good utility or just good shooters in that late round position. They're no longer a threat, and you still have that map control you need as a defender to make sure no one can execute either comfortably or competently during that round. So with Fisher really not able to crack open that egg, they were just left without any food for breakfast, it seems.
A brief fun fact for you, by the way, or not fun, depending on who you actually favored in this matchup. I personally thought Fisher was going to take it off the back of big bad Beezer pushing forward, but the second half of Villa, he found 2 kills in 6 rounds. The second half of Theme Park found 4 or 5 in just 4 rounds, and it was the lack of overall hero plays from Beezer that I think cost Fisher more often than not, and the back-end support wasn't there as much either, at least compared to what it is consistently. Now, the caveat to that is the fact that UTSA is not a team that plays very publicly. I have never seen them on a collegiate stream, at least publicly. Fisher, not so much. They're streamed by anybody and everybody, considering how big of an organization that esports director of Deprive now has. And I think UTSA favored that a little bit, and the anti-strat was certainly there, but Fisher looked like the normal Fisher until the action phase, where UTSA just was in the perfect position seemingly every time.
Well, to help maybe the rest of us figure out how that perfection was really brewed up here, maybe the person in our interview could help us with that, perhaps. We do have someone ready over on the UTSA side, and unfortunately, it's not MiGs, but it was one of the main fraggers that we just saw in Theme Park do incredibly well on that sledge roll. It's Messiah. How you feeling after that win, man?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling ecstatic. I'm very pleased with the team today. We played our brains out. It's actually Matcha or Kate's graduating semester, so this is a great way to end it.
Pretty good pickup from them. I wanted to start things off, of course, chronologically. Villa was your map pick. You let Theme Park through against the Fisher Falcons. What was the thought process there? Because Fisher is a team that's known between multiple different collegiate organizations as a Theme Park team, except when you're playing Kettering. What was the thought going into
so we have over the past few weeks we've been practicing a lot of maps that we haven't usually been practicing, and out of that we determined that we are far worse at Skyscraper and Chalet than we are Theme. So it was kind of like a lesser of two evils sort of situation.
Or 3.
3 in that case, yeah.
Counting is just never our forte in R6, no matter what division you're at.
I just click head. I'm not the support.
Well, you did so pretty well, especially on Theme Park more specifically. You know, you had a lot of good points on Villa, but that last game, you guys really seemed to have this extra just kick on you to get that full just 5th gear in motion. What was the main, I guess, who's the main shot caller more specifically, or what was the main thing that gave you all the green light to just hit the site and have just everyone fully coordinate to get that power really going?
We've been practicing our theme quite a bit, actually, and as of now, primarily, it's actually Strident and I who are doing the shot calling in terms of where we take from and who goes where. And on theme especially, after the first few attacking rounds, we noticed that we could not take them cross-map, so just pushing them through head-on was the way to go, and it worked every single time after that.
Well, that seemingly was your downfall back on Villa, but you made the adjustment here on Theme. not only talk me through the strat calling, but talk me through between the maps you had 5, 6, 7 minutes to really decide how you won Villa, but most importantly, considering you only won 2 rounds on the attacking side, and against Fisher you'd expect to play a few more than that, especially on theme, how you switched that up into a map that I don't think you really needed to win, but Oregon's a scary conversation when you bring in the top team that was ranked in Premier.
I think that the most important thing, honestly, was just keeping the momentum from the first map. We didn't want to go to Oregon. I doubt they wanted to either, frankly, but that's my roommate, sorry.
Hey, love the appreciation.
Sorry. Yeah, so going into theme, it was mainly just keeping the momentum, and then we obviously also started on defense, which usually throughout our whole season we're a stronger defensive sided team, I would say. So we had more confidence starting off. We just wanted to stack rounds and get out of there.
And then my final question for you before I throw it over to John is, later on in theme, it seemed like the chaos that you brought forward in the first round really calmed down, but the pace of play didn't. You guys continued to push it forward, but the way you did so seemed so much more civilized. Everybody had a job. Everybody had an objective to do. How do you continue to keep up that communication to just collapse upon Fisher in so many different ways like you did between our 2 maps today?
I feel like at the end of the day, from our perspective, it doesn't feel that deep, but I guess after we scrimmaged so many times and we've like just hammered our comms more and more and emphasized what we need to communicate and what we don't need to communicate, it allows us to get in those really strange sits, like Amaru in through break window, we're flying in through top arcade, someone's going in through cafe, and we're still, calls are flying, but we're understanding, you know? And that's what matters in the comprehension.
Hey, the post-scrim communication about the communication to increase your level of communication so you communicate better in the future. I love it all. Thank you very much, Messiah.
Thank you.
Say, well, moving on from that, heading into potentially next season, it's almost just around the corner at this point with the fall semester concluding. What do you think you and maybe your team as a whole is really looking forward to heading into that next step up, I guess, here for Nace?
I think we're looking forward to getting a new main player on our roster to replace Matcha, and I think we're looking forward to squandering more teams.
Fair enough. Well, it's been a minute since I've seen you all in play. I think it was maybe like the collegiate championships and the last saw you guys play for UTSA, but it's good to see you guys back in action again. If there's anyone who want to give a quick shout out to right now, the spotlight's yours, man. Take it away.
Shout out my mom. Shout out Brendan, aka Stridon. Shout out Kate, she's graduating. Oh, and shout out Goat People. Shout out Mark, he's the greatest gamer of all time. And I'll just shout out my whole team. Shout out Owen, shout out Beans. His SMG-11 play today was impeccable, and I heard he was doing 360s with the shotgun. I'm proud of him.
Impeccable play from the full team, especially you, the fragging power behind it all. Messiah, congratulations on the victory, congratulations on the championship, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank y'all for having me. I appreciate your time.
Well, John, that closes things out for us and for the stream. But of course, Nace is not done just yet. Before we move forward and close things out here, a look forward as a whole. Of course, open finals for CSGO tomorrow with varsity grand finals Saturday and Sunday. It's Overwatch, Rocket League, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and League of Legends all on Saturday. Call of Duty, Counter-Strike, and Rainbow Six in no particular order here on Sunday if you're looking to catch the other side of these grand finals. That one also a best of 3, but it contains Kettering and James Madison.
Definitely looking forward to see how well those two teams are going to mix. Obviously, you know, BO5 would be really explosive for them, but it will stay in that best of 3 format. It'll probably keep things a lot more structured because of that and keep things overall a bit closer in terms of round count. So a game probably similar to this, except maybe going the full distance in a best of 3 game, all 3 maps actually in play between Kettering and JMU. Definitely looking forward to casting that. in the block, but we'll have to wait a couple more days before that happens. Before we end off the stream completely, we saw Messiah earlier give a shout out to his teammates. We'll take a quick little shout out to our sponsors here before we end off the night. Extra Life, Corsair, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, Mavix, and last, no, certainly not least, the ROTC as well. They're all a big help for keeping this show up and running. So big thanks and hearts to them as well. I know my microphone kind of blocks it, but I'll move it out of the way. It's all good now. Thank you to the rest of the chat as well for sticking around. You guys are always a lot of fun to talk to while the game's going on. And with all being said, we'll end off the stream now. Have a great rest of the night, and we'll see you all again tomorrow for more collegiate action here at Nate's.